Good morning and welcome, commissioners. At this time, we're going to begin the meeting, and since we really aren't commissioners yet, we'd like to turn the time over to Sue Burr. What's that? As soon as you swear us in, we'll start the meeting.
Good morning. First things first, my name is Sue Burr. I'm a member of the State Board of Education. I'm also the liaison from the State Board to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. So I'm delighted to welcome you all to the new version of ACCS, and it's my pleasure and privilege to swear you into this service. So I'm going to put the Constitution here, and you can virtually think that you have your hand on the Constitution. We'll do this as a group, and I'd like you all to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Wesley Sever,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely,
That I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you. You're officially all members of the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. While I am up here, thank you. I'd just like to say again, welcome, and how much, as a member of the board and on behalf of all of the members of the Board of Education, we appreciate your service. It's really critical to the State Board. For those of you who have been following, I hope you know that every recommendation that you make on the work that's before you is taken very seriously by the members of the State Board. And I don't have the percentage, but virtually 100% of your recommendations are accepted by the State Board. So your work is really critical. And because it's so critical, I just want to emphasize what I know the staff has, that it's essential that you attend meetings and that you're actively engaged in the work that you do. So I look forward to working with you. I'll be here. I try to attend all the meetings and observe your work as well so that I can help translate that at the State Board meetings. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wes.
Thank you, sir. Sue. And at this time, just welcome all the new commissioners, and we will call the meeting to order. And at this time, can we please stand for the flag salute? Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to ask the commissioners to introduce themselves and explain who they represent on the commission. My name's Dr. Wesley Sever, and I'm a superintendent of Kingsburg Elementary School District, and I represent superintendents. And then can we just start with Rex? Thanks.
My name is Brent Walmsley. I am an English teacher at Da Vinci Rise High School, and I represent the teachers.
Jared Austin, Executive Director at Kairos Public Schools, and I represent parents and guardians.
Esau Baruman from Hawthorne Math and Science Academy. It's in Hawthorne. I'm a principal there, and I represent charter schools.
Erica Jones, kindergarten teacher from Los Angeles, and I represent teachers.
Stephanie Farland. I am the director of the Charter Schools Division here at the Department of Ed, and I represent the State Superintendent, Tony Thurman.
And I'm Cameron Curry, Executive Director for the Classical Academies, and I represent charter schools, and I'm the first commissioner coming from an independent study background.
Gail Garbolino Mojica, Placer County Superintendent of Schools, and I represent county superintendents.
Mike Walsh, Butte County Office of Education Trustee, and I represent governing boards.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to ask Stephanie Farland if she has any updates for us.
I'll be quick. I know we have a big agenda. I just want to say hello and would like very much, because we have so many new commissioners, to ask our division staff to stand. Our charter school division staff is here, so if you all could just stand real quick. These are the folks who do all of the hard work. Yes, over here too, Jonathan and Ashley. Do all of the hard work that you're going to see today. It's a great staff. They're dedicated, and they do such a great job. Thank you. Yep. Just a couple little updates. The Charter Schools Division and the department as a whole are working very hard on the new charter laws, 1505, 1507, and working on implementation of those and coming up with implementation strategies and also interpretations of the law. So we are working hard on that. We know that most of that it does go into effect July 1st. So that's something that the department is putting a lot of their expertise towards right now. Also in the Charter Schools Division, we are working on our application for the Federal Charter School Program Grant. We're very excited about that, and that is due to the feds in early April, so that's something that our division is spending some time on right now.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. At this time, just to remind you that if you are interested in participating in public comment, there is a sign-up sheet in the back of the room that you can sign up for comments on the agenda items. At this point, the order of events will be, first we have item 1, a funding determination request from 16 non-classroom-based charter schools. Yes, we do. Thank you, Gil. I do need a motion to approve the approval of the previous minutes from the ACCS.
I move approval.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So moved.
One abstention.
Okay. And I believe that there were only 3 of us here. So, so that's, I think, as long as the only 3 here we're here, that if we're in favor of adopting those, I think we're good. So, all right. But we appreciate everyone participating. Okay, thank you. So continue on with the order of agenda items today will be item 1, a funding determination request for 16 non-classroom-based charter schools. Item 2, a funding determination request with reasonable basis mitigating circumstances from Shasta County Office of Education for Northern Shasta Summit Academy. Item 3, a request for renewal from Academy Avance Charter, a State Board of Education authorized charter school that was denied renewal by the Los Angeles Unified School District. Item 4, a request for renewal from OnePurpose School, a State Board of Education authorized school that was denied renewal from San Francisco Unified School District. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for today?
Motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. So moved. At this point, I'd like to ask if there's anyone with public comment on non-agendized items that is signed up. Okay. Just for the commissioners, and just so you know, that we might have one person come in that is interested in speaking on a non-agendized item, and we're going to make flexibility for them in between items, okay, if they show up. All right, at this point, we are going to move to item 1, funding determination for 16 independent charter schools that have recently opened. Can we please hear from the CD?
All right. Good morning, Chairman Severin, members of the Commission. My name is McKenna Huey, representing the Charter Schools Division, and I will be presenting items 1 and 2 of today's meeting agenda. So prior to jumping into the items, I'm just going to provide a little bit of background information about funding determinations and kind of the process here at the department. Okay. So Senate Bill 740 was enacted to strengthen the fiscal oversight of non-classroom-based charter schools and establish the funding determination process, thus requiring non-classroom-based charter schools to submit a funding determination to the State Board of Education in order to receive funding for its non-classroom-based average daily attendance. A charter school is considered to be non-classroom-based if its total ADA is less than 80% classroom-based. And so non-classroom-based instruction may include, but is not limited to, independent study, home study, and work study. So in order to establish appropriate funding levels, non-classroom-based charter schools are required to submit a funding determination request to the department. They do this in the form of submitting the funding determination form. So Charter Schools Division staff receive and review all funding determination forms, and based on regulations prescribed by the State Board, we present recommendations for non-classroom-based charter schools to the Advisory Commission on Charter School. The Advisory Commission can either accept, reject, or modify the department's recommendations, and then the CDE's and the Advisory Commission's recommendations are both presented to the State Board for final approval. So charter schools may be approved by the State Board to receive 100% funding for their non-classroom-based ADA. They may also be approved to receive 85% or 70%, or may be denied, which essentially means that they would receive 0% of their non-classroom-based ADA. So each funding level maintains criteria that charter schools must meet in order to be funded at that level. So the criteria for each level is indicated here on this slide in front of you. Most non-classroom-based charter schools request 100% funding. In order to receive 100% funding, non-classroom-based charter schools must meet the following criteria. And so the first is they must spend a minimum of 40% of its revenues on instructional certificated salaries and benefits, spend a minimum of 80% of its revenues on instruction and instruction-related services, and 3, maintain a pupil-to-teacher ratio that does not exceed 25:1, or an equivalent pupil-to-teacher ratio of the largest unified school district in the county or counties in which the charter school operates. So most non-classroom-based charter schools presented in funding determination items typically meet the spending requirements in order to qualify for funding for their non-classroom-based ADA. Okay, so regulations specify that an approved funding determination for a new non-classroom-based charter school shall be for 2 years. For an existing non-classroom-based charter school, regulations state that an approved funding determination shall be for a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 5 years. The CDE typically proposes a funding determination period of 3 years for charter schools that have been in operation for less than 3 years, and 4 years for non-classroom-based charter schools that have been in operation for 3 or more years. So Education Code does state that a funding determination period of 5 years be granted to charter schools that have achieved a rank of 6 or greater on the Academic Performance Index. However, API is no longer used to measure performance. So for non-classroom-based charter schools that do not meet the prescribed spending requirements, regulations does permit the Advisory Commission to find a reasonable basis or a mitigating circumstance by which to make another recommendation. So if a non-classroom-based charter school does not meet the spending criteria outlined a couple of slides ago, that school can provide mitigating circumstances to the department and the Advisory Commission for consideration. So mitigating circumstances may include things like one-time expenses or unique or exceptional expenses. So also in regulations, specific dates by which non-classroom-based charter schools are required to submit funding determination requests to the CDE. So for new non-classroom-based charter schools, the deadline to submit is December 1 of the fiscal year in which they first opened. For non-classroom-based charter schools with approved funding determinations, the deadline to submit a funding determination for renewal is February 1st of the last approved fiscal year of that school's current funding determination period. So non-classroom-based charter schools that fail to submit their funding determination by these deadlines are required to receive a waiver approved by the SBE, which essentially permits them to submit a funding determination after this deadline. Okay, so that just kind of rolls us into item 1. Agenda item 1 consists of a funding determination request for 16 new non-classroom-based charter schools. The details and funding time period requested by each school is listed in attachment 1 of this agenda item. Based upon the CDE's review, all schools listed have met the 3 conditions required to be eligible for a determination of funding at 100%. And just to reiterate, those conditions again are as follows: spend a minimum of 40% of its revenue on instructional certificated salaries and benefits, spend a minimum of 80% of its revenues on instruction-related services, and maintain a pupil-to-teacher ratio that does not exceed 25:1 or an equivalent pupil-to-teacher ratio of the largest unified school district in the county or counties in which the charter school operates. So the CDE proposes to recommend to the state board to approve a funding determination of 100% for all non-classroom-based charter schools listed in attachment 1, and by regulation, the funding determination period recommended is for 2 years. Thank you for your consideration of item 1, and I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any clarifying questions for CDE staff regarding this item? Okay, yes, go ahead.
I just have a question on one of the schools that's listed. My question is, you'll notice that Gateway College and Career Academy, they're actually would fall into your 3+ year category. So I'm wondering why we're only recommending a 2-year funding determination. Is that really all they asked for?
Yes. So according to CDE staff's review, they did request 2 years.
Okay. Even though they would most qualify for probably a 4-year determination under the current criteria that you just described.
I would need to further look into that and see their actual funding determination request.
But I'm just looking at your pupil ratio. I'm looking at your percentage spent on instruction, and I'm also looking at your certificated staffing costs. Everything is above the mandated requirements, so this would actually qualify this school for a 4-year determination.
If it were an existing charter school with a previous funding determination. If they have never received a funding determination from us, we treat them as a new charter school, and they would receive 2 years.
I'm trying to understand that. So they wouldn't have done a funding determination before. They would have done that for their first year of operation, correct?
They should have if they wanted non-classroom-based ADA from us.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the comment, and thank you, CDE. Jonathan, are any of the petitioners here for this item? Okay, do we have any public comment? All right, perfect. At this time, we don't have to have a public hearing, and we can move forward with any discussion amongst the commissioners. Or we could move to...
I move staff's recommendation to approve the funding determination as listed.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would second that.
Thank you. So we have first and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve CDE's recommendations, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Everyone, any nays? Okay, so moved. Thank you very much. All right, now we're moving to item number 2, which is funding determination request of reasonable basis mitigating circumstances from Shasta County Office of Education. Can we please hear from the CDE?
Hello again. Item 2 consists of a non-classroom-based funding determination request with mitigating circumstances from Northern Summit Academy, Shasta. Now, this school did not meet or exceed the 3 conditions required to be eligible for a determination of funding of 100%. The exact percentages of revenues spent on instructional certificated salaries and benefits and instruction and instruction-related services, as well as the school's pupil-to-teacher ratio, are detailed in attachment 1 of this item. So per regulations, based on its spending percentages, Northern Summit Academy Shasta is eligible for a 70% funding, is eligible for 70% funding for its non-classroom-based ADA. So in order to qualify for 100% funding, Northern Summit Academy Shasta submitted mitigating circumstances for the department's and the commission's consideration. The school cites as mitigating circumstances the one-time transfer of $600,000 in reserves from a recently closed charter school, and they intend to use this money to fund the acquisition of a facility and replace their leased facilities. So the department finds the mitigating circumstances from Northern Summit Academy Shasta to be reasonable and proposes to recommend that the state board approve this school for full funding for 2 years. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does any of the commissioners have questions for CDE regarding item number 2 as presented? Okay. Is the petitioner here? Okay. And no public comment, I'm assuming? Okay, perfect. Commissioners, at this time, we can discuss this item or entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve it.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor to approve item number 2 and the recommendation from CDE for 100% funding determination, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, nays? Okay, seeing none, so moved, 9-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving right along here. Now we're moving to item number 3. A request for renewal from Academia Avance Charter, a state board of education authorized charter school that was denied renewal from the Los Angeles County Unified School District. At this time, I would like to hear from CDE.
Hi, I'm Carrie Lopes. I'm from the California Department of Education in the Charter Schools Division. And I, first of all, want to welcome everybody. And I am going to be presenting items 3 and 4 this morning. But just like McKinney Huey did, I am going to go ahead and do a little introduction for everybody as well, to kind of give you an idea of what our process here is at CDE when we process appeals, and to give you a little bit of background about what our work is. So like I said, I'm going to go through a little bit about the charter school authorization process here, of overview of types of appeals that this commission will probably hear in the next coming 12 months or so, a summary of the current SBE authorized charter schools, and then a little bit of what the role is here at the California Department of Education. So the overview of types of appeals that we'll hear is, one could be the establishment of a school under the state board authorization after a local denial, the renewal under the SBE authorization, and that's what we're going to hear this morning are 2 renewals, and then perhaps a revocation of a charter school. Renewals are granted by the authorizer for a period not to exceed 5 years. The most important factor in renewals is the consideration of the increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils served by the charter school is the most important factor when considering a renewal. We also consider past performance of the school's academics, the finances, operations, and future plans for improvement. And then charter schools authorized by the State Board of Education are required to submit a renewal petition to the authority that originally denied the charter. Renewal criteria is governed under Education Code Section 47607. And as most of you already know, there are 4 requirements under this education code, and 3 of them are no longer applicable. The first 3 require attaining academic performance in API under our old accountability system here in California, as well as the idea of ranking, which we no longer do. So with the suspension of API, we do have 1 criteria left over, which is requirement 4. So requirement 4 is really about talking about the entity that granted the charter determines that the academic performance of the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school would otherwise be required to attend. And so when we get into our renewals for items 3 and 4, we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but you'll see how we kind of put that into place. There's another renewal criteria too that can be considered under the Education Code, and that is about alternative measures. So Education Code 52052F allows for alternative measures to show increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils school-wide and among significant pupil subgroups. And examples of some of those alternative measures could be graduation rates, EO classification rates, internal benchmarking data, cohort data, California dashboard results, advanced placement scores, measurable pupil outcome progress, A through G completion. Some of those other measures of academic progress can be used under 52052F. Even though material revisions are not considered appeals, you may hear material revisions in front of this commission. And during the term of the charter, the school may request an amendment of its current approved charter, may only be approved with the authority that granted the charter. Material revisions are governed by the standards and criteria in Education Code Section 47605. And additionally, for our state board schools, we have an MOU between the state board and the state board schools, and it addresses this process in that MOU. So the appeal timeline here at this level is petitioners begin at the local, district, and county level for approval. If denied, the petitioner may elect to appeal to the county if denied by the board, denied by the local board within 180 days. If denied by the county, the petitioner may elect to appeal to the State Board of Education. And appeals must be received by the State Board of Education no later than 180 calendar days after the denial by the county office. The SBE has 120 days to act on the appeal, and the SBE conducts what we call a de novo review. So when CDE receives the appeal, the Charter Schools Division does an independent analysis of the petition, including all of the budget information. We go through the petition, all the appendices that are supplied to us that were looked at the local level, and then written factual findings are required for a denial of a petition. So written factual findings are outlined in 47605, and they are as follows. The charter school presents an unsound educational program. The petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program. The petition does not contain the required numbers of signatures. The petition does not contain an affirmation of the assurances, or the petition does not contain a reasonably comprehensive description of all of the 15 required elements. So just to give you a little bit of view of what our current load is from the State Board of Education, currently the State Board has an authorization of 29 schools. We have 29 schools, one statewide benefit that includes about 9 sites, and then we have 7 all-charter districts, including about 17 schools. And those are authorized by the State Board of Education, but the State Board has delegated their authority to the county office. In terms of the other 29 schools authorized by the board, plus the statewide benefit, the State Board authorizes its authority and delegates its authority to CDE in the Charter Schools Division, and we have 3 full-time consultants who provide ongoing technical assistance and support, including monthly phone calls, and of course our annual site visit. Just a little bit about the role of CDE. CDE, Charter Schools Division, we staff the State Board and we thoroughly review and analyze all appeal documents, including the educational program, the academic performance, the fiscal viability of the school, and the prior history. All appeals are first presented to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, and then they are presented to the State Board for action. And our oversight role, we take our oversight role very seriously in the Charter Schools Division, as the board takes their schools very seriously. And we conduct oversight to all of the charters approved by the board. We do our monthly calls with them. We review all of their fiscal reports. We do the annual site visits. We provide technical assistance and support to them. We also provide memos to the State Board. One is an annual review of each school's academic performance and an annual review of each school's fiscal viability. So moving on, I'll move into item 3, which is Academia Avance Charter School. They are requesting a renewal to be approved by the State Board of Education. So Academia Avance Charter School is currently a State Board authorized charter school, and the charter term that expires June 30th, 2020. So pursuant to Education Code 47605K3, Avance went back to the original district that denied the petition, which was Los Angeles Unified School District, on August 19th, 2019. And then the board denied the petition on October 15th, 2019, with a vote of 6-1, and the CDE received the appeal on December 2nd, 2019. The CDE proposes to recommend that the State Board hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew Avance, a grade 6 through grade 12 charter school. Basis for the recommendation: Avance is not consistent with sound educational practice and does not perform overall at least equal to its comparable district schools where the majority of the Avance pupils would otherwise be required to attend. Avance is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. There are some past fiscal concerns and declining enrollment. Additionally, Avance Petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all of the required elements. We have an item that it kind of goes into the required elements along with an analysis, which is called the A1 or the attachment 1 that you have access to. And in that analysis, we do a lengthy write-up about how Avance does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of the required elements, including the governance structure, employee qualifications, and dispute resolution procedures. So I wanted to just talk a little bit before I go further. On page 8 of the item, we do talk a little bit about differentiated assistance on a California system of support. So this is the first year that charter schools are eligible for differentiated assistance under California system of support. And in item 8, or on page 8 in the item, we do talk about how Avance was identified through the information that was provided to us for differentiated assistance, and it outlined a little bit about why they were eligible for differentiated assistance under the new California system of support. So currently right now, CDE is reviewing the rules associated with the creation of that file and is now being revised. So we're looking at the file, revising the list as necessary to make a final determination. When completed, all impacted charter schools will be notified. So I wanted to let you know that on page 8 to kind of discount that information on page 8. The CDE is reviewing the file and going to be making some revisions to that file. Regardless, though, whether Avance is eligible for differentiated assistance or not, differentiated assistance is not part of the renewal criteria under Education Code 47605. or under alternative measures, Education Code 52052F. So CDE has and will provide targeted supports for the remainder of the school year to Avance, regardless if he is in differentiated assistance or not. So pursuant to Education Code 47607, academics are the most important factor in charter renewals. And as we move through the presentation, you will see that Avance does not meet the renewal criteria under Education Code 47607. So a little bit of background about Avance. Avance has been in operation since September of 2005. They were originally authorized by the Los Angeles Unified School District Board of Education in 2005. They were denied by LAUSD and authorized by LACO in 2010 on renewal, on appeal. And then they were denied by LACO in 2015 and were approved by the State Board of Education on September 2nd, 2015 for a 5-year term. Avance intends to serve 350 pupils in grades 6 through grade 12 on 2 leased sites in the Los Angeles area. Avance is a college prep school with the goal to ensure that all pupils complete A through G requirements, graduate, are equipped to be accepted into colleges and universities, and to have opportunities to develop into active citizens characterized by the ideals of a diverse and democratic society. CDE's findings. CDE selected 4 schools, 2 middle schools, and 2 high schools where pupils would otherwise attend and that are comparable and that they have similar enrollment for similar significant subgroups. With this information, and this is also noted in the item and through the attachment 1, CDE has determined that the CASP data demonstrates that Avance does not perform at least equal to the schools where the pupils would otherwise be required to attend for all pupils school-wide and among significant subgroups pursuant to Education Code 47607. In terms of alternative measures, CDE did review the alternative measures information that Avance provided to us. The data from the alternative measures reflects some increases in Avance's LPAC results, graduation rate, reclassification rate, and college going rate, and there is a decline in the suspension rate. However, some of the data that was presented from Avance in terms of their internal tracking system, their NWA map data, their SAT score distribution data, lacks independent confirmation of their reliability, validity, fairness, and alignment, and CDE is unable to make a determination on whether or not all of that is correct or not. We don't have access to that information. So there's a slide here a little bit about the dashboard. You can look at the 2019 dashboard results. They just came out in December, I believe. And you can see for ELA right now, Avance is in yellow, math in red, college and career readiness in orange, chronic absenteeism in yellow, graduation rate is in yellow, and then suspension rate is currently in blue. Comparing that to the dashboard data from 2018, where ELA was orange, math was orange, college and career readiness was blue, chronic absenteeism was red, and then graduation rate was blue, and suspension rate was orange at the time. So the inability to implement, we do, like I said, a fiscal analysis when we have appeals come to us. So CDE did look at the multi-year budget that was presented to LAUSD as well. We looked at Avance's projection enrollment, which was 350 pupils beginning in 2020-2021 for grades 6 through grade 12. And based on the budget that we received, we saw some improvements and that Avance would be viable with the projected enrollment of 350 each year with positive funding imbalances and the number of reserves required. So the MOU that all of our schools have with the State Board of Education require at least a 5% reserves each year. So, however, even though the budget that presented to us seems viable and there are the adequate amount of reserves in it, CDE is still concerned with some past history that we've had with Avance in terms of their financial viability and their practice of selling receivables. So a couple of things that I just wanted to outline. CDE is concerned really with their overall fiscal health and stability moving forward for the next 5 years. Avance has a history of recurring audit findings, deficit and deficit-based spending since we do some of their review of their audit reports since fiscal year 2015. The school has a history of selling receivables in order to pay financial obligations. And as of 2015, Avance has paid up to $850,000 in fees to charter capital since 2015. And the budget moving forward relies on selling receivables. The other thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of inability to implement is declining enrollment. On this page here, there is a chart that this was the original petition chart approved in September 2nd of 2015 with the following enrollment projections. So you can see starting with 2015-16, Avance was supposed to be at 535 pupils, and then by 2019-20 at 625 pupils. So currently they serve 326 students. And so this really raises some concerns about their outreach and recruitment strategies and whether or not they're able to remain fiscally viable within the next 5 years with declining enrollment. Additionally, another finding that we had were the charter elements. The CDE finds that the petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of the following required charter elements. One is governance structure, employee qualifications, and dispute resolution procedures. And like I said, in the A1, where we do all the analysis, if the board were to approve the charter, we would ask the school, or part of the approval from the State Board of Education, a condition for that approval would be to change some language in the charter petition in order to satisfy those requirements. So in summary, the CDE staff is recommending denial of the Avance petition. Avance is inconsistent with sound educational practice and does not perform overall at least equal to its comparable district schools where the majority of the students would most likely attend. Avance is just demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. We have past fiscal concerns. The current fiscal analysis is strong, although, like I said, they use the past practice of selling receivables in order to remain strong. And then, of course, they're declining enrollment. And the petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all of their required elements. And that is all. That is the end of my presentation. I do believe the petitioners are here to address the commission, and I believe LAUSD is here as well.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Now, commissioners, at this time, we have 3 more groups to hear from. We have the petitioner, we also have the district and county, and then we have public comment on this item. And so after each item, I'm going to ask that the commissioners, substantive questions, I have a lot of questions to ask, but I'm going to call them back up, and we'll have time after we hear from those groups to call them up. And so, but at this time, are there any clarifying questions regarding the presentation from CDE? Is there any at this time? Okay, perfect. And at this time, we will open public hearing, and we will, in public hearing, we will first hear from the petitioner.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I am going to speak a little bit quick because there's a lot to cover here. But I want to start off with first recognizing that we brought up students, parents, and staff to present in person. And our main message is that as the current Ed Code dictates, that increases in pupil academic achievement, those increases we're reflecting as growth. And we believe that the second component of that law for similar composition was not part of the analysis, and we're bringing that to your attention today. Right? I hope that you have this presentation, which is also on the screen in front of you. We also sent out a quick summary point, Cliff Notes. But as I mentioned, our summary here is to show that we do meet the renewal criteria considering the similar composition schools and a growth analysis. Right? We have a page here that talks about, I'm not sure if they're flashing these on the screen. Oh, do I do it here? No, you'll have it. All right. Quick page on the students that we serve. This is families with high need in an area that has been plagued by a lot of gang violence, right? But let's get to the highlights. As was mentioned by the CD presentation, we are a college prep school, and we are meeting that mission. Here's a map of the top 20 schools out of 196 that are located in L Unified, right? And we're in that top 10% for college going rate.
Can you forward the slides in front of us, or?
You don't have this in front of you?
It hasn't been forwarded on the computer. I see. Perfect. Thank you.
So students we serve, the map. This is a quick slide in terms of all of the alumni that we have. And this was mentioned as difficult to verify. Sure, but it's corroborated by the information that's in the National Student Clearinghouse. 70% of all of our alumni have attained a degree or certificate or are well on their way, meaning they're in their second year or above, right? And in terms of what that looks like, specifically for Latinos, of which we're 98%, there's this slide that shows that for 2018, just that 1 year, and this is state data, 70% of our Latino students have gone to a post-secondary institution, right, versus 62 statewide. 44% are in a four-year institution as opposed to the trend for 20%, right? And if you compare it to the other nearby comparison school, Eagle Rock, sure, they have more kids going to college, but half of them are going to a community college as opposed to four-year for the Latino students. So it's how do they serve, how would they serve our students? Right? Simple numbers, right? Their dropout rates, our dropout rates are lower than all the schools that were compared by the state and by the district. Our graduation rates are higher than all of the schools that we're compared to. Right? And so the question we ask is, how is it then that you would want these students to go to schools that have higher dropout rates and lower graduation rates and lower college enrollment? Right? As alternative measures, we present the NWE MAP data. And here we see, if you look carefully, the norm data as a comparison. The students that are coming to us are very much behind, but as they stay with us, by the time they get to 11th grade, they're reaching the national norm. So we have our counterpoint here, but for the sake of time, I'm going to move forward and have Mr. Josh Frankfurt, who's our instructional coordinator, and prepared a separate set of data sets for you. And this is to show that our growth definitely meets the renewal criteria and the similar composition as well. Yeah, they have it.
Is that all right? Thank you. These data sets were sent ahead, but I just wanted to make sure everybody had immediate access to them. I would like to take the next few minutes to present pupil achievement data showing that Academia Avance demonstrably meets the 47607 renewal criteria. 47607 clearly states that academic growth over time must represent a valid measure of Avance's performance. If I can call your attention to Table 1, we can see that in ELA, Avance was able to increase our passing rate by more than any resident magnet school. By looking at the median scale scores, we get an even clearer picture of growth at every performance band, not simply 2s moving to 3s. And Table 2 once again shows Avance outperforming all resident magnet schools in ELA. It should be noted, when viewed without a growth focus, Eagle Rock High's selective admission gifted magnet is the highest performing school, boasting a 55% passing rate in the 8th grade. Yet those same students as 7th graders had a passing rate of 64%. So is it accurate or fair to say that Avance's nearly 18% gain is a weaker performance than Eagle Rock's nearly 9% loss, if increases in pupil academic achievement are the most important factor of determination? We use the same lens to view math scores in Table 3. Avance's academic increases outperform Eagle Rock High as well as LAUSD, but we openly acknowledge that our math program is our greatest area of need. We have worked closely with CDE's consultant, Matthew Huddleston, to address and improve. We have introduced new programs and structures that have resulted in our highest performance ever on our current NWEA assessments, which I will point to later in the presentation. 47607 further stipulates that the composition of pupil population must be taken into account. Tables 4 through 9 compare our performance to the schools closest to Avance's Latinx and SED population in order to gauge where our performance stands against schools with the same population, but no magnet programs. For exact enrollment numbers of our similar schools, you can visit Tables 17 and 18. However, let's begin with Table 4. Measuring for ELA growth, Avance outperforms every school. Looking at single year performance, Avance still comes out on top in Table 5. Tables 6 and 7 show the same information for math. In this case, Avance is not the top performer, but it is fair to say, quote, the charter school is at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools, taking into account the composition of the pupil population. The same is seen in high school, illustrated by Tables 8 and 9. I apologize that I'm blowing through these. We're just limited on time. Table 10 looks at the performance of the Latinx subgroup. In ELA, the raw scores become much closer, and Avance outperforms LAUSD and Florence Nightingale, including its gifted magnet. Table 11 illustrates the growth of all Latinx students. Note how far below Avance receives its students and how much steeper our growth slope is. Avance students are learning more in less time. Table 12 displays the metric for which we have been flagged for state assistance, ELs in math. We see that when disaggregated, Avance is fairly equal to the resident magnet schools and outperforms LAUSD. Table 13 shows how the field again is leveled when looking at high school English. Finally, I ask you to look at tables 14 through 16. From our work with CDE and Matthew Huddleston, our 2020 NWEA MAP data points to our continued improvement, for which we are happy to cooperate with CDE in any way asked of us to verify and validate. Table 14 tracks the growth of our current 8th and 11th grade students who started far below grade level and are now testing above the national norm. Tables 15 and 16 show our strongest year ever for math, both for mean scale score and from fall to mid-year growth. 47607 states that increases in pupil academic are the most important factor in your decision today. It's only when looking solely at passing percentage, ignoring comparative growth for schools that have embedded selective admission magnet programs, that Avance performance has been interpreted as falling short. We have shown you a steady and continuous growth that is equal or greater to than our resident magnet programs. We have shown you equal or greater performance when accounting for pupil populations. We've shown you increases in pupil achievement for all subgroups taken alongside our college-going data and the voices of our community telling you what this school and family mean. We hope that you feel as we do that Avance is a school of value and should continue to work with CDE to serve our families even better than we ever have. Thank you.
So we're moving towards the end here, and we are going to also have our public comment speakers touch on some of these points, like our support for immigration families. But I'm going to skip forward, given the presentation from CDE on the fiscal review. I do want to emphasize that the California Treasurer has interim financing solutions approved for receivable sales, so we're only following the examples of other school districts. And in terms of the issue of the enrollment, that high number in 2015 was because of a projection for construction increase that did not happen. So we reset it to a realistic 350, which is what was presented and what was found to be valid in terms of the projections going forward. Right? And so we have strong community support that I really want to emphasize as we close here. The presentation slides there, if you skip through them, talk about our athletics program and our support for immigrant families, which we'll hear from our parents here. But I just want to emphasize that we believe that the data that is presented shows that we meet the renewal criteria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions about what was presented from the commissioners from the petitioner?
I just have one quick question. You said you've reset your enrollment determinations at 350?
Yes, this petition, that higher number was from 2015. This petition is set at 350 for all 5 years, and the comment in the report is that was found to be a valid projection.
Right, thank you.
Just a quick question. You've addressed some of the testing questions and enrollment. Are you going to touch on the information when it relates to your finances that the CDE has brought to our attention?
Yes, we have one of our chief fiscal supporters to speak to that directly.
And we can ask those questions as soon as we've heard from the other bodies. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this time, can we please hear from the district and county? They have 10 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners and board member Burr, CDE staff. I'm Bob Perry from Los Angeles Unified School District's Charter Schools Division. I come today representing the LAUSD Board of Education and representing its findings concerning Academia Avance. It is not with joy that I come. I don't like to talk about denials, especially denials of renewals. But according to our use of the Ed Code and our interpretation of the Ed Code and our consistent use of the Ed Code, we would totally concur with the CDE that this brings forth a denial recommendation. We take between 90 and 100 items a year to the board. We have over 270 charter schools. Our staff is about 60 FTE, so we see a lot. We have 50 plus renewals a year that we handle. Every time we do them, we try to be and are really required by our board to be very, very consistent, even down to our documents. The documents need to look exactly the same for every school, and consistency is really extremely important for our board. And that's going to play into our explanation here in just a minute of the findings. We look at all renewals by beginning to ask the petitioners to tell us their story, particularly when under the Ed Code, an organization has to come back to us that we have not seen for at least 5 years and maybe a decade. We need to get to know them. We make a site visit. In this case, 2 different groups from the district visited the school. We also have what we call a capacity interview, where we bring the school in. We spend 2 to 3 hours asking questions about the petition, about their understanding of any issues that we have. We also ask guiding questions. When we receive the petition in-house, we look at it, we dig deep into it, and then we may have them respond to us in writing on some particular things. For this one particularly, we had some concerns about the EL program and other areas, academics and finance, which has come up throughout the history. In the last 2 years, our board has supported the recommendations 100% from staff. As Board Member Burr was saying a few minutes ago about the ACCS, it's very similar. Our board has trusted our work and our consistency through the years, and those recommendations have been supported at the public level. This renewal went through the same process, and it is the same process that we use with all schools. And I'm going to go to the findings that are the official documentation from our board to this body and any appellate body that would receive one of our charter schools on appeal. The official word is what is in the approved findings from our board. So I want to go through a few of those with you for just a few moments. The first one, and as I said, there are two big buckets of concern for us. Looking at this school, a school we did not know, we dug deep into it, spent many hours in staff discussions, not just one individual sitting in a cubicle trying to figure it out. We had maybe 10 people in a room looking at it, analyzing it, and doing the data analysis and the other types of analyses that are required. Based on a comprehensive review of the renewal petition and the school's record of performance, district staff has concluded that Academia Avance Charter has not met the minimum requirements for renewal eligibility in order to move forward. For 3 consecutive years, Academia Avance's Charter's CASP-SBAC's results show levels of performance that are below the resident school's median in both English language arts and in math. Now I want to take just a moment and kind of do a hypertext right there and click on the blue, and I want to go over to the data set that was in your materials that we used, and there were 5 schools that we consider to be resident schools, and I want to get a little granular with you on exactly how that's done. We have an Office of Data and Accountability. LA Unified's huge, and our staff doesn't do the data piece. We have that independently done with another division within LA Unified. And they look at the addresses that are current for the students that are currently attending the school. If there are 10 or more students that would have been assigned by LAUSD to a particular school, that becomes a resident school. That is consistent with all 100 items we take to the board every year. That's how we do it. So if 10 or more of your students are from Happy Elementary School, Happy Elementary School then becomes a resident school. And we look at that data because that's where that student would have gone otherwise. And our question is, would that student potentially, statistically, have done better at that school? Would that student have had the possibility to have done better? In this case, there are 5 schools listed, and I want to address the magnet question head on. LAUSD, for its 1,000+ schools, has assigned a location code to every school, every pilot school, every magnet school. All schools have location codes. The location codes for for 4 of the 5 schools that are listed on these resident schools are the location codes only for the non-magnet part of the school. The magnet schools have a separate location code. So this is not magnet school data, except in one case, and I'm going to explain that one to you. Luther Burbank Middle School is a school-wide magnet. We have 2 kinds of magnets. We have magnet programs that are co-located at schools. They have typically their own location codes, and it is by those location codes that the data is pulled. Luther Burbank is a school-wide magnet called a residential magnet. It serves all students in the residential area that would have been assigned there normally. And if there are seats beyond that available, by being a magnet, they can reach out across those resident boundary lines. And I can answer further questions if I confuse you with all of that. But just suffice it to say that the data from Luther Burbank magnet is typical comprehensive middle school data. We double-checked yesterday with our magnet office, and I asked that specific question. Can this data, is this normal, everyday garden variety middle school data from one of our schools? And they said, absolutely, it is. So, fair to compare. For the past 3 years, Academia Avance was not equal to or greater than any of those schools. We drilled down a little bit more under what was formerly called SB 1290 analysis, which looks at subgroups. And when we look at subgroups, the subgroup data is also very concerning. They have not consistently achieved growth in academic performance, and their performance levels are below the resident school subgroup medians. The subgroup performance was lower than the performance of subgroups at resident schools in both ELA and math. Furthermore, when comparing the percentage of students who met or exceeded the performance standards in ELA and math, Academia Avance was lower than 5 out of 5 resident schools, according to our analysis. Even more concerning is the fact that there was a 40+ point reclassification rate, but over the past 2 years, English learners in both English language arts and mathematics had 0% met or exceeded in either of those fields. We asked about that. We said, what's going on? And the school gave us a plan for the 17-18 school year, which included addressing the needs of ELs through the addition of English language development classes and a English language development curriculum called Springboard. With the implementation of this plan and the implementation of the curriculum, the plans yielded a significant decline in performance to where 0% met or exceeded the standards for 2 consecutive years. So a plan was given, but in the implementation, it didn't pan out that way. The fiscal bucket, I want to touch just for a moment. It's already been addressed by CDE, but I do want to say we had very grave concerns about the audit findings. The audit findings consistently reported a finding of either a going concern or cash disbursement or some type of issue in the audit findings. That past history deeply concerned us. The past history of at the 15-year mark still selling receivables does not bespeak to us a school that is in strong financial condition or is demonstrably likely to successfully implement the program in the fiscal area. In closing, I closed. Thank you, Ms. Burr.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the district? Yes. We have one question for the district.
For your comparable schools, you may have said it and I missed it, but what is the geographical distance between where this school is located and where your comparable schools are?
Yeah, let me look at
average. A mile, 2 miles, 5 miles?
Yeah. Let me just look at them and I can just give you what I know from driving it, okay? I'm guessing 3-ish, somewhere in there. Okay.
Yes.
Barry? Hi.
Yes. Hi.
When you talked about the comparable schools that the district used, were those the same schools that the CDE staff used in their review?
I'll let CDE speak to that. Carrie.
So on page 3 of the item, we walked through a couple of the schools that CDE used, and I believe we used 2 of the same schools that LAUSD used. And what our process here is at CDE is we look at where the school is located, and then we kind of go outside about 5 miles. And within that 5-mile range, we pull schools within that range that are similar in grade levels. So we're using the same grade levels that have the demographics are similar, and then we use those schools. And I believe 2 of our schools aligned with what LAUSD chose.
Thank you very much. If there's no other clarifying questions at this time, we will close public hearing. And we are going to now go to public comment on these items. Each person will have 1 minute to present to the commission. And at this time, Jonathan, do we want to call up a list of individuals to line up and begin to prepare for public comment?
Please line up Assemblywoman Wendy Carrillo, Ricardo Gonzalez, Ruby Munoz, Mia Biel.
Hello and good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of Avance, a school that has been instrumental in Assembly District 51. Some of the students that are here today, one in particular, her mom is also here today, has shared really some of the violence that has been occurring in our community when it comes to bullying in our public schools, and found that Avance offered an opportunity for her child to have a safe space, for her child to learn, for her child to be able to have a school that is prepping her to go to college. As a first-generation American myself, as someone who has graduated from the public schools in the community that I now represent, I understand that there is a big difference in the manners in which some schools teach our children. And Avance has been a cornerstone in the Highland Park community for these kids, for their parents, for a community that continues to see gentrification across our neighborhoods. And I would highly encourage that you support their renewal. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ricardo Gonzalez, the high school principal here at Academia Avance for the last calendar year, and I've been part of the Avance family for the last 11 years as a PE teacher, athletic director, and instructional coach. Since the 2018-19 school year, Avance has adapted the restorative justice model in step with the LAUSD School Climate Bill of Rights to provide, and I quote, fair and consistent guidelines for implementing and developing a culture of discipline, straying away from punitive approaches that infringe on instructional time. 2017-18 saw a high of 24 total suspensions and a 7.2 suspension rate. Since then, we had 10 total suspensions last school year and 3 as of today for the 2019-20 school year. We've explored measures for improving school culture, including class competition, athletic pep rallies, a second chance binders where students can reflect on their actions and while still staying in class, and restorative circles for individual student conflicts. Creating avenues and opportunities for students to be heard and feel supported has improved the school climate. There has also been a more directed effort to improve classroom management strategies and best practices from the Success for All Foundation.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Ruby. I'm a senior at Academia Avance, and I'm currently the student body president. I have been so far accepted to 2 CSUs and will be a first-generation college student, thanks to the resources that Avance has provided for me. Avance has exposed me to new experiences that are unique from schools in our area, like the internships I currently attend. I am an intern at the Chinatown Service Center where I work with fiscal and administration. My other internship is at California Charter School Association, where they teach me more about my charter school and the ones in our surrounding community. Please renew Avance so that students in my community will also be able to enjoy the opportunities provided to me. Thank you for your time.
Please line up. Jair Solis, Juan Galejos, Yvonne Garcia, Jose Chitala, Dresma Perez, Elizabeth Miranda, Mary Perez.
Good morning, my name is Maya Beal. I'm a college-ready senior at Academia Avance Charter School. I've been with Academia Avance since 7th grade, and I wouldn't have had my high school and middle school experience any other way. I have been accepted to 3 universities, 2 CSUs, and Mount St. Mary's University, Los Angeles. I'm the senior class representative, and I've also had a lot of other extracurricular experiences. I'm a part of the GSA at my school, and personally, for me at Avance, I've never been more supported. I feel like Avance is my second family. Just in classwork, my personal struggle is math, and teachers will go out of their way to support me after school, during lunch. I also have an internship at FITM, which is the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising in downtown Los Angeles. I go there Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I feel like I'm ready to go to a university. I've been exposed to so much college and, sorry, I'm nervous.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
You did a great job.
Good morning. I just want to say that LAUSD would have you think that all of our kids are going to get accepted into a magnet program. And I can tell you that's far from the truth. I waited 3 years to get my younger son into a magnet school. And since my son transferred into Avance, he has excelled academically, socially, emotionally. He's with a group of his peers now. We paid a lot of money to 2 private schools, and none of them fit him at all. Not until he got into Avance, where he started excelling, his test scores went up, he's made the honor roll a few years in a row now, and we've never been happier with the school. LAUSD has, 70,000 applications for magnet schools, 27,000 get accepted. That's 1 in 3 students. What makes LAUSD think that all of our students are going to get accepted into a proper magnet school where they're going to achieve? They're already at a disadvantage. Closing the schools now, you're just going to put them in an overcrowded, underfunded school that's not a magnet program. And I just wanted to take that into consideration in your vote. Thank you. Oh, I'm Juan Gallegos. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jair Solis, and on February the 26th, I got picked up by ICE, and the first school who come and help my family was Avance School. And the public school, they only say sorry to my other son. This is my son right here. Thank you very much.
Hola, hola, mi nombre es Rómulo Abélica. Yo también tengo reconocimiento de Academia Avance desde el 2007 y a mí también.
Mr. Romo Avelica is stating that he has had a relationship with the school since 2007.
Y a mí también en 2017 me agarró ICE y llevando las niñas a la escuela precisamente.
And I was also picked up by ICE in 2017 as I was taking my two daughters to school.
Y la Academia Avance fue uno de los principales apoyos que tuvimos para la reunificación de nuestra familia otra vez. Y aquí está mi familia también conmigo.
And Academia Avance was one of the principal components for being able to get the family reunited.
Muchas gracias.
Family here with them.
Muchas gracias y espero su apoyo para la Academia Avance. Gracias.
Thank you for your support and your consideration.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Garcia. I am the family caseworker at Academia Avance, and this is my wonderful mother, Araceli. I want to share my story with you. That's a story which resonates with our students. Growing up in Highland Park, where our school is located, was not easy. By the age of 13, I had witnessed a drive-by within 2 feet of me and some friends, and later on saw a man die due to a gunshot wound. My mother's greatest concern was my safety, and she frequently recalls praying so that I could just finish high school without being involved in a gang. I was supposed to go to Luther Burbank, and it was an overpopulated school where a Latina like me would have fallen through the cracks. Luckily, along came this incredible man, Ricardo Mireles, and with his vision to help marginalized teens get to college, an idea so out of reach for this community and for people like my mother. And he has done just that for me and for so many other students. I went on to receive my bachelor's at Mount St. Mary's, and I will be graduating USC School of Social Work this May. And I believe in my heart that it's because of Avance, and I'm so grateful. We empower our kids to go to college, but we also foster advocacy within our school community. We go above and beyond for our parents, as you can see, and we are more than academics. And if renewed, we will be continue making a change in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good morning to all. My name is Jose Chitala. I was born to a Mexican immigrant family in Los Angeles, graduated Academia Avance Charter High School in 2015, and graduated the University of California, Berkeley in 2019 with a degree in political science. I'm here in support of Academia Avance because Avance was critical towards guiding my path. Since elementary school, my parents encouraged me to try my hardest in school, but there was never a clear goal in sight. How could there be if both of my parents' highest educational attainment was a middle school education? Through its ever-present promotion of college, internship opportunities, and dedicated staff, many of which I still consider my mentors today, Avance allowed me to see myself attending college, graduating from college, and ultimately helping guide those students in my community who would emerge after me. In a word, Avance provided me with vision, something that is difficult to access in the community in which I grew up. To close, I would like to say that I believe in Avance because Avance believed in me. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Diana Perez and I am in the 8th grade. I moved to Academia Avance when I was in the 7th grade. I moved to Academia Avance because my mom didn't like the way people treated me at my old school. Another reason why my mom moved me was because she didn't want me to follow the steps that the kids were following at my old school. At my old school, I had F's, but now in Academia Avance I have B's and A's. Academia Avance has also helped my family understand me more. Because of Academia Avance, I know I'm going to have a bright future. Thank you for having me, and this is my mom.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Elizabeth Miranda y yo soy muy orgullosa de Academia Avance porque ayudó a mi hija en lo más crítico que venía, donde sufrió mucho bullying.
This is Elizabeth Miranda, mother for the previous student, and she's proud of the support that Avance has been able to help given the bullying situation.
A mi hija me la ayudaron mucho psicológicamente y ahora tiene mucho rendimiento en todos los estudios y en todas las materias.
She received a lot of mental wellness counseling, and now she's really risen in her academic grades.
Y por favor, vengo a pedir su apoyo de ustedes para que nos den la renovación de Academia Avance.
So she's asking that you please consider renewing this school.
Gracias a Academia Avance tengo mis 2 hijos que los cambié ahí y los 2 van muy bien en la escuela.
So she
Muchas
thanks
gracias.
Avance for the 2 students that she has at the school.
Muchas gracias.
Please line up Guarza Vizema, Spencer Stiles, Janelle Rulli, Cindy Nava, Eric Premack, Romel Antoine.
Buenos días a todos, mi nombre es Cindy Nava y la razón que estoy aquí es porque me siento muy bien con la escuela Academia Avance, ya que tengo 2 hijos y soy madre voluntaria, tengo 2 niños que
So she's proud of the work that Avance has helped her with her 2 students that are at the school.
que uno de ellos sufrió bullying en otra escuela tradicional y lo cual yo me siento muy feliz con mis hijos que están en Academia Avance porque han mejorado en lo académico.
One of those 2 students had a bad situation with bullying in the previous traditional school and is now enjoying a big improvement here at Avance.
Y mi mejor deseo es que renueven la Academia Avance. Gracias.
It's her desire that we and hope that you are able to renew the school.
Good morning. My name is Maria Perez. I'm here because I need listen my petition. I'm representing my community, Latin community. I think so. My community needed the Charter School Academia Avance because the Charter School Academia Avance es muy buena. Necesitamos escuelas como Academia Avance Charter School.
She believes this is a good school and that we need schools like Academia Avance.
Soy madre de 5 hijos y los he tenido en escuelas tradicionales. Cuando descubrí Academia Avance,
So she's a mother of 5 and she's had all 5 in traditional schools until she
me
discovered Avance.
di cuenta de la gran oportunidad que tiene mi comunidad. Yo como madre participo todas las semanas en Academia Avance.
And through her experience with Avance, she realized the opportunity that the school represents to the community, and through she's been a strong participant in the parent activities at the school.
Me he dado cuenta que Academia Avance no nada más se preocupa por el futuro de los jóvenes, sino también por la comunidad, por los padres que nos instruyan también.
So the focus of the school is not just in the academic achievement of the students, but also in helping the families and the community move forward.
Estoy muy agradecida porque descubrí Academia Avance y creo que los latinos merecemos esa oportunidad. Por favor, yo pido a todos ustedes que escuchen estas peticiones de todos los padres que vengo a representar, ya que
She feels grateful that she was able to discover Avance and the role that it plays for the Latino community, and that the Latino community deserves a school like Avance.
yo no sé si ustedes tengan hijos en escuelas tradicionales o charter school, pero yo sí sé, porque soy madre de 5 hijos y yo sé qué necesitan mis hijos, un futuro mejor.
Perhaps you have students that are in K-12 schools, but I have 5 kids, and I know what their needs are, and they deserve a school like this.
Gracias por escuchar.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Spencer Stiles. I'm the president and CEO of Charter Impact, the school's current back office provider. So I did want to address a couple of the high-level fiscal points that were brought up previously. Starting with prior audit deficiencies, I do think it's important to point out the school's most recent audit as of this last fiscal year did have absolutely no audit findings in it whatsoever, and also confirmed that any past findings or issues had been fully resolved. In terms of financial condition and historical financial performance, there's a very good reason on why the ending reserve and fund balance is used as a metric to determine fiscal health, because it does take into account cumulatively all historical financial performance going back to the school's inception. As such, we are projecting ending this year with a $460,000 reserve, or about 9% of annual expenses. Those numbers are updated based on December actuals, as well as projections updated through P1, and they do show less than a 1% variance from both the original budget the school approved, as well as the first interim report, showing a consistency in the school's methodology and ability to predict financial results. Thanks.
Good morning, Commissioners, Board Member Burr, and a warm welcome to our new Commissioners. We look forward to spending hours together in this room. I'm pleased to be here in support of Academia Avance, seeking your recommendation for approval of their renewal. As to the question of meeting the academic threshold criteria for renewal, I just wanted to remind you again, I know you've heard this several times, that there really are two different statutory provisions that charter schools can use to meet this threshold criteria, and we only need to meet one of the two. So the first one, Section 47607, has two subparts. So the charter school has to be performing at least as well as the students in the schools where their students would otherwise attend, the resident schools. And we also have to perform at least as well as the schools in the district that are demographically comparable. So lots of arguments back and forth about which schools are actually comparable. The second criteria, though, 52052, says that we can use alternative measures to show increases in pupil academic achievement. On this latter one, Avance presented pages and pages of data. The CDE did find growth in the following alternative measures.
Time.
LPAC scores, graduation rate, reclassification, college going, and student suspension. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ramel Antoine with the California Charter Schools Association. Great to see you again, and welcome to our new commissioners as well. I want to associate my comments with Janelle Rulli, but also wanted to speak to you as an immigrant myself. Schools like Academia Avance are why I do the work that I do. When I came to the United States, it was a really hard time trying to figure out my educational options and where to go and how to fit in. And I had to do the hard work of figuring out how to get to the right school by myself. Thankfully, schools like Avance exist now where students can figure out that process with a community supporting them. Academia Avance is not perfect, but they are striving to do the best by the communities that they serve. And they are committed and have been showing that over the past 15 years that they are doing right by kids. Looking at their college and career readiness, looking at the ways that they're serving communities, creating a safe space for those students, and creating a space for them to thrive in a way that they have not been able to in other places. Please recommend approval. Thank you.
Eric Pramack with the Charter Schools Development Center. Welcome to the new folks and deepest sympathies and congratulations. I'm going to put a little sharper point on this issue of the comparison criteria. 47607's renewal criteria are dead. The first three rely on the API. We haven't had the API since 2013. The fourth one, the comparison one that everybody's getting hung up on, shall be based on the STAR data, which are also defunct. So this whole business of looking at the comparison data, that's dead. What the law does say is that going forward, in lieu of that data, alternative measures that show increases in academic achievement shall be used, not may be used, shall, and those shall be the primary criteria for renewal. CDE and LA Unified, and I respect all the folks who are presenting here, they're all bright and well-intended. They have made a serious error in terms of the interpretation of the statute here and are trying to resuscitate a dead code section and use that as the basis for denial for renewal. That's illegal. That's not what the law calls for. The law calls for growth data, and this says that that shall be the most important factor. We urge you to renew. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Angela Vizcaya. I'm the Director of Special Education at Avance, and I'm here to talk about the awesome supports that we offer our students with exceptional needs. Avance implements both partial and full inclusion models, which allows our resource specialists and SPED paraprofessionals to assist in the arrangement of a co-teaching model while concurrently providing specialized academic instruction in compliance with each student's IEP. Our team offers added services as needed, including FBA evaluations, behavior support plans, intervention, DIS services such as speech and counseling. Our holistic approach to behavioral and social emotional support includes one-on-one counseling, group counseling, school-based, and outside mental health services, which helps develop healthy students. To supplement our holistic approach, we also offer weekly parent workshops where parents are given information on mental health. So if renewed, my team and I commit to continuing to support this most vulnerable population and providing extra support as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone's comments. I know it's difficult to speak in public, and especially the students, you did a great job. Gracias por sus comentarios, yo sé que es difícil hablar en público. And so at this time, we're going to ask the commissioners to begin asking any questions that they might have to the petitioners or to the school district. Would anybody like to begin? I have one for the school district. Can they come up, please? What was the vote for renewal for this, from the board regarding Avance Academia?
6-1.
Okay. Did the one person give any recommendation of why?
Sorry, I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. Though they wrote a letter? Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
So I have a question regarding one of our speakers. He's the back office provider on the finance piece. I'm just wondering how long you have been providing this service to the school.
About 6 years.
Oh, okay. So you've really seen the change over the stuff that they're bringing up as far as some of the deficiencies in the reports and stuff. So you worked all through that. Now you've come to a place where actually all that's cleaned up, and you're telling us that the last audit was clean.
Correct.
Okay. As far as the comment from the CDE team regarding that one of the ways you're balancing the budget this year is actually selling receivables, is that true? Do you want to talk about that at all? Or?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. So the challenge with receivable sales primarily stems from the natural timing delay of how state funds are apportioned. And so especially schools that are not operating through the county treasuries, by the time they receive their monthly apportionments with LCFF, for example, we're actually passed forward into the following month. So in looking at Academia Avance's current projections, we're looking at having a balance of outstanding receivables from the state of about 7% as of June 30th, 2020, which means in order for the school to not sell receivables or need any outside capital, and assuming that they had absolutely no fixed or capital assets, they would need to have an ending reserve balance of at least 7%, which is, as we've talked about before, is in excess of the required MOU. So again, the biggest challenge with schools is although they meet their required reserve balances, just the natural delay in timing is triggering that need. Based on the 5-year projections and maintaining enrollment at about 350 students, we would expect the school to no longer need to sell receivables once they hit an ending fund balance or reserve about 15%. So that then takes into account all of the net assets that would be tied up in things like furniture, equipment, and that sort of thing, and leave them sufficient cash in their actual checking account to get through the ebbs and flows of when money flows from the state.
They were negative, had negative ending fund balance in 2018, both identified in the first and second interim report. And it looks as if the deficit spending that's projected to occur is actually going to be decreasing that current end balance in year 3. Can you address those two issues?
So the first one, in terms of the fiscal performance in 2018, had to do with the divestiture of City Terrace LLC, which was one of the requirements of the charter renewal 5 years ago from this commission. And so there was essentially a non-cash or non-operating write-off of assets of about $1.5 million, which is what triggered that decrease. So if you were to take or exclude that kind of one-time event, which again was requested and a requirement for renewal, the school's ongoing operations did maintain a surplus in that year. Looking forward, the school's projections did show an actual balanced budget. And so we do expect by the time, like I said, we get to year 5 to no longer need to sell receivables and be almost 3 times the required reserve balance.
I have a question on that too. I operate a school that doesn't have our money in the county treasury, so I understand cash flow and delays in the state. But this is a 15-year-old charter, so how is it not built up the reserves, and I understand the requirement of 5% is all you need, why is the school not operationally built in the cash flow that it needs to not sell receivables? Because you're paying a prime to sell those receivables. And I think CDE outlined, and there's several $100,000 that could be going towards student services that are paying for these receivables. So I know you've been with them for 6 years, but we're looking at truly a 15-year-old charter school. So can you give me some history on the operational practices of that?
Correct. So, and you're 100% right. No one likes paying for receivable sales. No one likes paying interest. It's money not going into the instructional program. And so I think schools, and not just with Avance specifically, but all schools have a balancing act between how much of an annual surplus do we need to keep and grow year over year versus invest that into the current year students. And so in my experience, that comes down to a philosophical debate with the individual school board as well as school management in terms of are we going to meet our minimum required MOU reserve requirement and invest all remaining resources and assets into the current school students versus try to build annual surpluses. So to get into more of the history on that, I would actually like to defer to school management. We can bring them up in a moment. But I mean, that's kind of the history of it. That being said, is if you were to look back over the last 15 years, not all years were operating with an operational surplus. So fiscal year 18 with that large write-off of the LLC did trigger that kind of one-time event. But if you're going back multiple years, especially during the deferral times, there were some significant kind of decreases in the fund balance. And so during those times, the receivable sales were significantly higher. But that's also why I like to point out that as of today and as of the end of last fiscal year, when you add up all of the historical surpluses and deficits, they are meeting the minimum. But I would wholeheartedly agree with you that the need to build a cash reserve to stop needing to put any money towards interest needs to be a high priority for the organization.
I hear from the school on that.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I do need to point out that it's similar to the previous issue about the disinvestment, and so moving towards getting a reserve, and then we have this requirement of the $1.6 million write-down, right? And now we've built it up again. So the last audit shows that we've been able to recuperate from that point fairly quickly, and as the CDE says, we have a valid projection going forward that also meets those requirements. And we've been able to dramatically reduce the amount of receivable sales that we do. But I do wish to point out that interim financing options as defined by the California Treasurer includes receivable sales, which is why the Beverly Hills School District does it, San Marino School District does it, and there was $3.9 billion worth of receivable sales just in 2019. So it is a viable solution.
No, and I understand that just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it, though. So I understand it's a mechanism that is in place that you can get for emergency situations and all that. But I want to speak to what your other person said, is that it's a organizational or a board decision to do that. So speak to the philosophy behind why you guys have been doing that practice, and maybe you can explain that $1.something million a little bit more.
I do want to represent that our board has made it a priority to wean off of the receivable sales. But there are three competing components here: debt reduction, reserve building, and receivable sales elimination, right? And you can't do them all at the same time, right? So we've done an important sequence of first eliminating debt, which has been very successful, and then second, building the reserve, which now shows that we have been able to do that, and now we're focusing on the receivable sales. So I do want to essentially say that our board is taking your approach, that, hey, we need to get off of this, and we have reduced, and it's part of the sequence of the overall fiscal plan that has been in place.
Thank you.
One last comment. I think you did see that there was a packet of letters of support that was presented. Thank you. And the first letter from Monica Garcia, board member, does address the issue about the magnet programs.
And I have another question for Avance Academia regarding your student achievement. What percentage of your population is English learners?
That number is hard to look at, and we preferred to say if you include RFEP students, right? Students that were English learners and recently reclassified within the last 3 years, then it's the majority of the students, right? It's more than half, right? But qualifying as the students that have today are not reclassified, the numbers come down to below 20%, right? And that is a kind of a celebration of the fact that we had a big year 2 years ago in terms of being able to reclassify 40% of the students. So it comes kind of in cycles. You know, if you do a big reclassification in the next year, you're left with the really hard cases, right? But overall, this is a population, you know, kind of a proxy measure for that is that of our parent population, half are English preference, half are Spanish preference, and that's reflected in the student body.
Okay, for your CASP scores, from the presentation from CDE, it says that 0% were proficient or met or exceeded standards in math and language arts. What are you guys doing to help the English learners perform better on that?
And even though CDE said let's discount the issue about the differentiated assistance, right? It's tying to the same thing, right? The dashboard is saying, hey, your English learner math scores 3 years in a row are low. Absolutely, right? And which is why we have worked very carefully. And let me insert here, for the 4.5 years of oversight with CDE, we've enjoyed excellent partnership, excellent support. And we've had numerous calls and focus in their monthly focus in terms of the exact strategies that we're doing. I think that the one of the points that L Unified was saying is, hey, you submitted a plan for English learners, then we went and we didn't observe that, right? That's not exactly fair, given that we differentiated the strategies from what was presented in the plan and what they observed. The CDE technical staff does recognize and has recognized the gains that we've made last year and this year to focus on the English learners in math, bringing in new programs. We mentioned the partnership with Success for All, the team learning, and already in the challenge of the SBAC data is you only get it once a year, but our NWE map data, which we're doing 3 times a year, is showing big gains, especially for the English learners and not at every grade.
Yeah, and for CASP, though, it's still 0% were met or exceeded the standards. What are you changing in the classroom for these English learners?
Right. So we're doing a parallel teaching. We have 3 specific initiatives, and for that, allow me to ask the instructional coordinator, because he can tell you those specific strategies that we're using. And I want to emphasize that we're already seeing great impact from.
Per our conversation with CDE on our monthly phone calls, there are 3 strategies specifically geared, some geared school-wide, but some specifically geared towards math. Strategy number 1 is, as Mr. Mireles mentioned, our parallel teaching model, which allows more time, more focused, differentiated instruction for our English learners in every class. That is new school-wide as of this year. Another strategy is our Success for All model. The Success for All model is designed to engage team learning. The way that this addresses our English learners is by using huddle time, by using team time. It allows students to get more differentiated instructions from their peers. It allows the teacher to be in more places at once as students are helping each other. But most importantly, one of the greatest things that we find that inhibits EL learning is the fear of participating in class. The team huddle component of the Success for All model allows time and allows students to practice their answers and allows teachers to give students a heads up if they're going to be called. It allows them to feel a lot more confident in participating, and so therefore they are able to be depended on to participate more often. They're also able to engage more directly with teammates who know the answers, so they're not stuck on their own. They can get help and understanding. A third model specifically geared towards math is IXL, which is a licensed program for math that essentially offers practice, and it's differentiated practice either at the grade level standard or using the I'm blanking on the word, but using the assessment at the beginning of the year and throughout the year, understanding their current levels, it is filling in the gaps of what they're coming with. It then will correct the mistakes that they make, and then you are not completed with an assignment until you reach mastery. It's really the goal there is to fill in the gaps and also to allow a student their own time and learning from their own mistakes. It gives differentiated instruction and also gives a lot of in-the-moment analytics to the teachers so that they're able to pull small groups, especially for ELs. They're able to pull small groups that directly address the difficulties that students are having in the moment. Another program. We are also in math and in English utilizing the IABs, and that's for more data-informed instruction so that we can better pinpoint where we are, what learning is being effective and what isn't, so we can immediately turn that around. So a lot more data focus, especially in coaching meetings with teachers. And then another one for English, another program that we purchased licensed for this year is to directly address the issue for LPAC, where English learners typically have a very difficult time with the speaking and listening component. So we have purchased the ListenWise software, which operates very similar to programs such as Newsela or Achieve 3000, using NPR articles, but auditory. So they're actually not only practicing their reading and writing, but they're also practicing the listening skills, which directly speaks to the listening component of CASP as well as LPAC.
Two questions, and just two real quick questions. How long have you been working with receiving assistance from the CDE to help your English learners?
That notification came to us about mid last semester.
Okay.
And we've had a couple of calls with them, so it's really very new. It was explained to us, I think, as was kind of alluded to here, that the newness of it is that they're still trying to figure out how they're going to use this and what it comes out of this. But we have gotten good support, and they've essentially validated and reviewed the things that we're already implementing.
And then finally, is CASP data part of your redesignation criteria?
Yeah.
Our current EL plan specifies that, as does LAUSD, that CASP is one or alternative measures, and in our case, we use the NWEA MAP assessment in order to, if CASP does not work out, especially because CASP is only offered grades 6, 7, 8, and 11, which excludes opportunities for 9th, 10th, and 12th graders to reclassify. So we use NWEA MAP as a nationally normed assessment in order to ensure that our...
And the reason I was asking that, because it was mentioned that you redesignated, roughly 40% of your population, but only 5% of the population were met or exceeded standards for English learners. So I was just curious about that.
Just 2 points there. One is we have learned that L Unified this year has begun to look at English learners and reclassification and the relationship with students with IEPs, right? And so we feel that is a very important recognition of that corroboration of, and so we're following in their model, working with some leaders at L Unified Schools to kind of absorb the best practices that they're putting in place and looking at that correlation between the IEP students and the English learners. Second, there's a important time inflection here point, and you can infer into it as you like, but it's clear, obviously, as of 2017, that the immigration policies in this country have changed, right? And it coincides with more unaccompanied minors coming to our country. We've seen a big influx of those students coming to our school. That's a different, harder group to work with. For example, the issue of why would you be reclassifying seniors? Why didn't you do that before? Often these are students that are coming to us that are age 16, 17, and so it's harder for us to work, and those statistics reflect that.
I have a couple of questions for you. First one would be, what do you think is the reason why there was the decline in the college and career readiness on the dashboard, the 25% decline from last year to this year?
We have been one of the few charter schools, definitely one of the smaller charter schools, that was a recipient of the Career Technical Education Grant. And I think we're now in our 4th year, I can correct that. But we had a huge success. And when we got blue, it was because we were tracking 100% students. And that measure is a combination of students that completing AG or are completing the requirements as what's called completers under career technical education. Right? So when we launched that program, we had an excellent partnership with a medical institution that was across the street. We were right off the bat able to provide a pathway to certification for phlebotomy, which was really amazing opportunity. But that partnership wasn't able to continue last year, and so we kind of lost that tracking there. Now instead, and we hope that next year it'll start to show, we've ramped up a business track and also an engineering track with CAD, and we've picked up that staff. But it's that transition from a medical focus on the career technical education to this more business engineering piece that is reflected in that drop. We're optimistic and confident that we'll be able to get back. Now, let me insert that one of the reasons why we're able to align so well to the career technical education is, you heard, our internship program. And I put it in the slides as one of the key innovative strategies that the school has relative to all the schools around us, right? And so in 9th, 10th, and 11th, students are doing career readiness and skill exploration, but in the senior year, they're doing internships. And so we were able to align the junior, senior year programming that we already had in place since the beginning of our charter to match it to the career technical education. And that's why I'm confident we'll be able to get that back to blue.
Okay, second question is I heard one of you mention the IEBs and using the interim, but then you gave us these charts to show the NWEA, which, while I understand that's an alternative measurement, the CASP in your dashboard is reflected based on CASP scores. And so
Yes.
you mentioned using IEB, but you didn't produce any data of what that's doing for you. So can you tell me a little bit about how you're implementing the IEBs and what kind of data that's giving you to prepare the students for the CASP? And if that's new, or if you've been doing it for a couple of years?
That is new, and that is used largely internally in coaching meetings, one-on-one with the teachers, to identify the students who are moving. We've also taken, in order to address the movement from 2s to 3s, we've taken a targeted approach that we've called the bubble strategy. And so we're looking at our bubble students who are scoring between 40th to 55th percentile on NWEA MAP, and targeting them, as well as targeting students who are at the emerging level and what we call the safe level past the 55th. So we're ensuring that we're moving students across the board. The IABs play into that strategy to target to see alignment. That hasn't been plugged into all of that data was generated sort of by hand on the computer. So the IABs were not entered into that data. It's more of a one-on-one coaching scenario to check alignment for the bubble strategy. So that's how it's used, is targeted alignment to see which students are consistently moving, which students need differentiated assistance, and which students need attention for just that little push over the line.
Did I hear you say you're doing that 3 times a year?
MAP, yes.
MAP is 3 times a year.
And the IABs?
The IABs we don't have a prescribed number. Some teachers, as we move closer towards MAP exams and CASP exams, are taking the few weeks beforehand. Some teachers are just doing it once every 2 to 3 weeks. So the number of times it's used alternates between teachers.
But I encourage you to think that the IEBs are essentially a way for us to map, not NWE map, but as to bridge the much richer data set that we get through NWA, because it's almost every grade, 4 subjects, to the limited data, time, and subjects that we have under CASP. And so IEB helps us kind of, this is how they're doing on this side, how are they doing over here?
True, but it also exposes them to the test and how to navigate the tools and those types of things.
Testing techniques and that as well, yes.
So my last question for the moment before I defer to others is, you mentioned the increase in immigrant students, and what is your retention like? And I heard someone earlier present that the longer they're with you, the better they're doing. So how long are students staying with you? Are you having big influxes in certain grade levels? What is that looking like?
I would like to say 100% of these kids are staying with us, right? But that's not the case. There is huge challenges that these families present that I really don't need to dwell on. But as an example, the day after the current president was elected, right? So the very next day, 2 recent arrivals just ran away. They disappeared and said, well, we can't face this, we're out of here, right? So that's an example of the kind of challenge we're facing. But I would like to say that the majority of them are staying with us. And as the data indicates, right, because we're getting such a large percentage of our students to enroll in college, they're included in that set too. So we've done some amazing things where it was hard to be able to map the credits they were coming, say, from Guatemala or Honduras, right? But we were able to meet the minimum state requirements, and then the partnerships we have with certain universities are able to say, okay, through the EOP program, we can help take this student into a university career, right? And so I think that our college attainment outcomes reflect some of that as a proxy to your question, right? Another way to look at it is not the same subgroup, but allow me to focus on, in terms of the students with IEPs, right? We've had, for the last 4 years, 100% graduation rate for those students, right? And I think it's 89% of them enrolling in a post-secondary institution with a strong persistence rate. And so I put that as the supports that we're able to provide that population, which we have specific data for, is an indication of the kinds of supports we're also able to provide to the recent immigrant kids. And so that's why they're able to move forward. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I kind of want to bounce off that question about asking about enrollment. I mean, give me the hard numbers. I mean, like, where was it compared to last year to this year? There seem to be some concerns raised about that.
Sure. We reset our budget for this renewal at 350, right? Now, at the height, and I believe the height was achieved in 2015, right? We were at 490.
490?
490, right? But this is a trend throughout Los Angeles, especially in the Northeast, right? And it was mentioned, this is also a factor of the immigration policies, but also of gentrification, the housing costs, right? So what's difficult to show is, okay, gee, that seems like a big drop. But you also need to understand, for the schools around us, they're seeing even bigger drops, right? So we kind of put it as, well, we're not losing as much as them because a lot of folks are still choosing to come to our school. And it's difficult, you know, who could we get in the bus to come up here? And that's already kind of a set of which parents are here. But there is a recognition in our neighborhood of what Avance represents for these families. And in many cases, families that have been there a long time, but the housing pricing and the immigration policies make it very hard for them, right? We feel confident that with the uncertainty removed on renewal, hey, okay, we're going forward, we have 5 years, right? That then that number is going to stabilize because people are also making like, well, you're under renewal, so you know maybe I should look at something else. But we enjoy a strong support in the community from the students and the families. Another way of measuring that is easily 2/3 of the school, the students, are the brother, sister, cousin, neighbor of somebody else. And that's why we have relationships that go back to 2005. You heard one family today, or 2007, another family. And that's because first the cousins came, and now so entire clans have come through our school. And that's an indication of the kind of support that we have in the community.
What were the concerns that were raised about staffing and qualification? I saw there was something about that, or was there?
I don't recall that particular point.
Have that?
Yeah. I mean, let me see if I can recall, but you might want to. It might have been, there was a list in the report, in their notices of concerns, which I'd like to point out, every single item that was brought to our attention was resolved satisfactorily, as the report states, right? And I think this goes back to the very at the very beginning in 2015. There was an issue of the teaching out of credential situation, right? But we worked very carefully with the state to make sure that was addressed. And so that's an issue that goes back to 2015, 2016, and hasn't come back. This is why maybe I don't recall it, but we'll see what CD says about that.
Sorry, are you referring to the analysis about
Employee qualifications.
Yeah.
Okay, so on page 15 of the item, we kind of outline some of the deficiencies that we found in the petition. One of them is employee qualifications. Although the petition does present kind of a reasonably comprehensive description of that element in the petition, if approved by the board, we did want Avance to take its positions and underline which ones were going to be key to the school and actually include those qualifications for those key positions.
If I can add to my answer. Thank you. It wasn't what I said. It had to do with the way the petition is submitted now, as was submitted to the district in August. And I think the issue was the missing of the key positions and what those qualifications are. But let me put it in the category of that petition element and the two others, the three petition elements that they felt weren't reasonably comprehensive. We are ready to work with the staff if it's identified as a condition for renewal to address it exactly the same way that we did 5 years ago. The conditions were done and they were all met. And that was the first one that we were able to fix right away. So this is an exercise in looking at the language and making sure that we fix it.
I was just, for clarity purposes, what do you think was the overall purpose of or reason for the decline? You said at your highest you were over 400. Now you're at what, about 326?
Yeah.
This year.
Not the exact number, but rents have basically doubled. In some cases, tripled.
Okay.
Right. And so there has been a really unfortunate situation where landlords are basically pushing entire families out of a building to then bring in. And the folks that are coming in are, not choice words to use here, but they're not families with kids, right? And so, there's less. That's one issue. Now, I do need to point out, and let me insert here. I worked for LA Unified for 4 years in 2000, 2004, and I was part of the division that was supporting where the boundary lines were drawn in enrollment. We knew that the declining enrollment wave was going to come down all the way back in 2000. There was this bubble population that was going to reduce. And the reason we knew that is because the single biggest contributor to population in California for 50 years was childbearing age Latinas, right? More so than immigration. It was native births and driven by childbearing age Latinas, right? Well, my mom had 4 kids. Most Latinas these days have 1 or 2 and later. And so that's been a primary.
And then to follow up with Brent's question, do your teachers, do they all have teaching credentials currently? How many do you have?
Absolutely. That is one of the most carefully watched compliance, oversight, authorization focus, and it has been every year. And every year we submit the rosters of our students, and the state staff goes through them very carefully to make sure not only that they're property credentials, but they're also being assigned within their credential. And we've had no issues with that.
Administrative credentials? Do your administrators have administrative credentials?
The principal does, yes. Yeah.
I have a clarifying question regarding your enrollment. So last year, 391, according to the state.
Mhm.
This year, Dr. Sever said 326, and you said that's not the correct number. What number is
No,
it?
no, it is 326.
Oh, 326. Right. And then you're projecting, so you're talking about declining enrollment. You're talking about California in general and the LA area specifically. But next year you build a budget, and you build a flat budget based on 350. So is that kind of a hope?
No, I think it's representing less than a 5%, and it's representing a statement to the community to say, look, maybe you were taken to the fact that this is the last year of our charter in a difficult political environment for charters, and yet we feel that we will be able to reach the 350 number. And that's not based on hope. That's based on the impact that the input that we're getting from our families.
But you've historically just told us about your historic decline in enrollment.
Yes.
So that would be an atypical trend to have an increase from year after year. Yes.
I'll grant you that.
Thank you.
But it's not a big.
So I'll just ask that one follow-up on that, because this is the line that I'm really struggling with right now. You've done a great job of describing why the numbers are going down. What I'm not hearing is what the actual strategy is that's going to turn those numbers around, where you can actually climb. And that is specifically one of the challenges that the CD called out in our reports. So what's the strategy that's going to help you go the other direction?
There's a lot of changes happening in that neighborhood relative to the other schools and other options that are happening, right? right? And we feel that the growth strategies that other schools are playing are also not playing out, and that given that we are the one school in the middle of this neighborhood, right, as opposed to most of the charter schools that are on the outside periphery, we represent a good choice both in terms of the academic program that we provide, in terms of the outcomes that we provide, and the location that we provide, right? And so the strategy we have first is get renewed and eliminate that cloud and highlight the gains that we have made to the families that we have.
I want to ask another question about your staff. Can you talk about if there has been or what the teacher turnover, or are your teachers remaining, or are they turning over, are they coming in new?
We've enjoyed a very strong retention of our teachers. Now, mind you, just as a profession, especially with young teachers, their lives change. Hey, I got this master's program. I get to go to Wisconsin or something, right? But it's been on the order of 75%, 80% going forward, right? Going back. Now, it's also reflected in the fact that we have, and this is, I think, for last year, that the average of time that the teachers have been with us is almost 5 years, right? It's just 4 something years, which means that we've had teachers that have been with us 8, 9, 10, 11 years, right? And that balances out for the teachers that have come in more recently. But especially in this last, this authorization, this charter, we have seen a very strong team, and it's cohesive in staying together with not so many new additions each year, which is a reflection of us being able to attract teachers, right? And this is something that we're seeing where, and it kind of goes to your question, right? As an example, last year there were schools that were not going to be able to go forward, right? And they would put the word out, hey, we have this great staff. That staff was coming to us. We've heard of your school, we know about what you're doing, and we want to join your team, right? And so something that I feel very proud of as the executive director and the management of any organization, right? How many chief managers can say everyone at Avance wants to work at Avance? Right? This isn't like, well, I'm going to try this out, or I'm going to. They are choosing to work with our families and our kids. And the significance of that is, you've heard the indicators of the kind of population we're working with, right? A kid having a hard day, and you're trying to tell him, please, give it your best, come to your school, and he goes, yeah, but your teacher over here, he's not too excited about being here. You want me to be excited? How come that person is excited? Well, at our school, the staff is excited, and the kids pick up on that.
I had a question for the CDE team on something that came up in your presentation, was the fact that the school has provided additional data, and then the comment was made that you could not verify that data. So in relationship, I guess, to Mr. Premack's comment publicly that we need to look at, we shall look at other data. I'm just wondering if there's a connection to that. In your presentation, you actually said that you couldn't verify the data that was actually provided to you.
So speaking about the alternative measures then, so the alternative measures that were presented by Avance that were presented to LAUSD first, Avance put into his renewal packet a list along with the CAS scores and comparable schools, a list of alternative measures to show academic growth. So when CDE receives the appeal package, we go through all of it. We look at the schools that he chose. We look at the comparable data. We look at what LAUSD did in their staff report. We look at if there's alternative measures that were presented. And then we kind of go through the alternative measures as well and see what we can realistically verify and what we realistically cannot verify. So in the item itself, we kind of outline the alternative measures that Avance presented that we could verify through either CASP or the dashboard. And then there's other alternative measures that he provided that we cannot verify because we don't have those we don't have the access to those, to that system or those scores, especially if it's an internal benchmarking system. One good example is that Avance, through going through his renewal, he put together some cohort data to show growth from grade 6 through grade 8 in order to show like growth through the years. Well, we don't have access to how he did that. And the dashboard, the CASP model, the California model doesn't have a growth model, right? So we were unable to verify that. And so generally what we do is we try to, in our analysis, we look at stuff that we can verify, and then things, we just make a statement saying, yes, the school provided these alternative measures to us. However, CDE at this time is not able to verify that.
So I, as an operator who would provide you NWEA data, map scores and stuff, you would look at that from a perspective of you can't verify that, but thank you for providing the information.
Yes, and we would make a statement in the item. We would make a statement in the item stating, yes, this was sent or submitted to us, but we were unable to verify it.
Okay. If you have something that aligns with that, sure.
Central to our argument is that the 47607 has growth. There's an opportunity to show growth as a measure, right? And that's coming from CASP. And so those charts that were shown to you today are coming straight from CASP, right? It's maybe there. Unfortunately, the CDE website, the DataQuest website, doesn't, and as you just mentioned, there isn't push here for growth data. You do have to do some manipulation, right? But these are numbers that are coming, and while we're only showing you the charts because this is a brief period of time, we have all the underlying tables that can be verified that, you know, we're not making these numbers up. So I really want to emphasize that.
And that was provided as part of the information to LAUSD and then part of the renewal criteria that move forward?
The growth data in particular was provided at the end of the process with L Unified. What I have noticed is that in the original information packet, it wasn't, but we later added information for them to help them with that growth data. The other important one, for example, the college attainment stuff, is coming through the National Student Clearinghouse. Difficult to access, but it is a data set that is nationally recognized, right? Likewise, there is a problem with NWA because not all schools use it, but it does use a nationally recognized, scientifically tested norm, and we present that data. And we did send up for the key indicators that we were showing. Here is the school-wide per grade, per subject mean report straight as printed out from MWA, right? So the charts that we're using come from this data set, right? And that was also presented.
I do want to add one more thing, if I could, about the analysis piece. So in terms of what you're seeing in the item, in terms of, you know, using the CAST scores and then using the criteria under 47607, and then us looking at alternative measures, this is a consistent process here at CDE. We consistently look at the CAST scores first and the comparable schools, and that's where we make our first determination.
I have a question for CDE. Sorry. So in looking at the document here about inability to implement, it was cited the past fiscal concerns, which we talked to the operator about. But then it also shows that CDE had sent letters over the last couple of years outlining some of the fiscal concerns. And then it says on here that CDE determined that their response was sufficient. What does that sufficient mean? Like it was found to be okay, or they just responded to you, or how is it sufficient, you know, when you sent the warning letters and then the inability to implement, it rose to a concern again? Can you just explain that?
Sure. So we send the letters out, and then we generally, within the letter, whether it's a letter of concern based on implementation, operational, it could be enrollment, it could be fiscal, we send a letter out to the leader of the school, and we outline our concerns in the letter, and then we ask for an action plan. So when we get the action plan, we follow up with the petitioner through the action plan to make sure that what they're putting in the action plan is actually being remedied and taken care of, and they are addressing their needs through the action plan. But also, it's important to point out that they're being responsive to CDE's concerns and working with our division to try to remedy those concerns. So the word where it says here that they have met, you know, they've met our concern, that their response was sufficient, means that we had sent a letter out. we had asked for an actual action plan. They have submitted the action plan to CDE. We have followed up through that action plan, and they've taken care of what we've asked them to do through the action plan.
So is it that they resolve the concern, or they have a plan to resolve the concern?
It's that they have a plan to resolve the concern, that they're working with CDE to resolve the concern, and that they eventually do remedy the concern.
And second,
Keeping in mind that I'm sorry to cut you off, but keeping in mind that some of the letters will spill over to the next year. So if you get a letter in April of fiscal year April 2018, and you may not have a chance to remedy everything by the time September, October rolls around, we're still working with that school in order to remedy the concern.
So then when you say the inability to implement, does that mean that they gave you a plan, but they didn't make enough progress on the plan, or that they're still concerned because they haven't done it?
I think the inability to implement piece is that, like I said in the presentation, that right now they have done everything that we've asked them to do. We have a good partnership with them. That is true and correct. We have a good partnership with the school. They are very responsive to CDE, and Ricardo does work very well with the consultant. But the letter, I guess the implementation piece of it is, or the inability to implement the program means that the past history has been challenging for the school, as you can see through the number of letters of concern that we have issued to them. And so moving forward, CDE is concerned that we're going to end up having to issue the same amount of letters and doing the same amount of work with them.
And the second question I have kind of goes back to what Commissioner Curry said about the alternative data in response to Mr. Premac's comments. So earlier you said that you guys are going to be looking at 1505 and 1507 and kind of interpreting that. And I understand you guys can't verify the map data or the NWEA. What the wording, if it shall, what is an acceptable alternative measure if it's not listed on DataQuest for CDE's analysis?
Well, I would say that, like I said, Avanti submitted different types of alternative measures to us. What would be
what's the interpretation of acceptable, I guess?
Something that CDE can verify, using the dashboard, using SBAC scores, using the CASP system, using California System to Support system, things that we can verify through DataQuest or the CASP system.
Okay, so not like Illuminate data or things like that.
Right, because we don't have the ability to go in and verify that data or the ability to go into that program and verify any of the data in the program. I think the same thing too is the problem with the whole cohort thing is that if you have 6th graders moving to 7th grade, moving to 8th grade, and you're presenting an average of that data, right, that you took from DataQuest or from SBAC scores, is that CDE doesn't know that those are the same kids moving forward from 6th grade to 7th grade to 8th grade. And so that's why that whole internal tracking system and that cohort CDE put in as alternative measures, because it's something that we would not be able to really verify because we're not tracking by student.
Okay, thank you.
I may offer one clarification to that last one. Can I make one clarification to this last question? Sure.
I was just wondering, for other means of measurement, the cohort data, the graduation rate, why was that not included, or is that something that CDE or the LAUSD doesn't look at, or the college going rate from 17-18? Because I'm looking that up on DataQuest that right now while I was listening to all of this, and I've actually pulled together a little chart. It looks somewhat comparable.
So in the item itself, let me find the page for us here, where we do document his alternative measures. I'm sorry. Okay, so on page 9 of the item itself, we do document his alternative measures. So we primarily use the SBAC scores for comparable schools under 47607. That's what we generally use in order to make a determination for renewal. That's where we start. And if the school submits alternative measures, because not all of them do, then we do take those into consideration, and we do try to outline what alternative measures are presented. So there are some alternative measures, you're correct, in here that are on DataQuest or can be verified through the dashboard or the CASP accountability system. And we did make a statement down here that we did see some improvement. Looking at those alternative measures, CDE saw some increments of improvement, but overall, when you're looking at the renewal criteria, it was not enough to recommend approval for renewal.
If I'm correct, then if I'm looking at the cohort data, the A through G completion rates, the comparable high schools that LAUSD and CDE used were Franklin High School in Eagle Rock or in Highland Park, and then Eagle Rock High School. Is that correct?
Yeah,
I'm looking for myself.
I can't speak for LAUSD. They may want to come up, but for our analysis, our initial analysis, the comparable schools that we chose, we have a system that we use. We look at where the school is first located at, and then we look at within a 5-mile range of what schools are within that school, within maybe a 5-mile range, looking at demographics, looking at grade level. That's how we choose our schools.
Yes, Commissioner, could you re-ask the question for me, please?
Because I'm doing a little research up here too, and I'm looking at the cohort, graduation rate at am I correct in looking at Benjamin Franklin High School, senior high school in Highland Park, and am I correct looking at Eagle Rock when I'm trying to commit, compare it to Advance's graduation cohort rate, the A through G completion rate, and their college going rate? Is that correct then, or no?
We looked at, let me pull that for you really quickly. We looked at Lincoln Senior High, Franklin, and Wilson.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
While you're up here,
Dr. Sieber.
For declining enrollment, how have the schools in that general area showed declining enrollment as well?
Yeah, I'm going to say across the board, over 80% of our charter schools, that's the schools that I would know the best, over 80% of them have are below their enrollment thresholds as defined in their charter right now. And LAUSD schools are as well have declining enrollment. And as has been said, a lot of it has to do with movement out of the area.
Okay. And then overall, how has the relationship been with Academia Advance? Have they responded to your requests, and do you have a good relationship between them? How would you?
A new relationship. So, it's hard to evaluate. We just went through that process in the fall for a couple of months. But I would like to say we had them for a capacity interview, had the whole team in. And our general consensus was, it's rare to find people who have as much passion and compassion. And that stood out. Social justice stood out. Academics, it was the conversations became a little bit more concerning as to academic plans. So that we bonded over that piece, the passion, compassion, social justice. The academics concerned us greatly, and the fiscal.
Right, thank you.
And so they haven't been the authorizer for the last 5 years.
No,
we have. So
not since 2010.
Right. Right. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
I have a question for
Yes.
you as well.
Commissioner Austin.
You guys are a large district, and
Yes,
so
sir.
I know that schools have shut down in your community before, but there's a lot of passionate families here that are talking about their concerns about going back to district schools, and obviously have a strong connection with the school that they're at. What is your typical plan to support the families of a school that may be closing?
Yes, thank you for the question. We do have schools to close. As Mr. Morales mentioned, we've had some to close very, very suddenly because of fiscal issues. We've had schools that weren't even able to finish their year in April because of fiscal issues. That's why we have concerns over that. And so we have a plan. LA Unified is divided into 6 local districts. And we work with those local district offices who are boots on the ground representatives for the schools. We typically hold, our local district superintendents hold meetings and invite in other charter schools as well as district schools to come and talk with parents about their programs. We give parents a written notification of places where they can call, and if we have any records, like sometimes there's records transfer, if records are left over, we will typically follow up on those and find out where, did they leave the area? We just want to make sure everybody's in school. And we have lots of options in LA Unified, and we want to make sure that everybody has that opportunity, Commissioner.
And the last question for you is, I asked CDE the acceptable alternative data. What is LAUSD's process for looking at alternative data, and what is acceptable to LAUSD?
Yeah, interestingly, we don't have to do it that much. And we do look at NWA data, and as the CDE said, we kind of take an aggregate of it. I don't know that we've ever had to hinge a renewal decision on that. Where we would have to, it really stretches it, is with our K-1 charter schools. The data is very, very, very limited. And then, we really have to dig in. We've looked at some measures that apply particularly to that population, but we don't have to do it very often. And with 1505, we realize the state's going to be publishing a list of verifiable data or verified data, and we're hoping for more clarity.
Just so I'm clear, you guys did, when your analysis, you consider the NWEA data as alternative, or it's not acceptable because it's not posted on DataQuest?
No, we did discuss that. We did discuss it. We just wouldn't hinge a renewal decision on it because we really, like Ms. Lupp said, we can't dive in and verify it.
But it might be part of a discussion.
Absolutely, absolutely. And growth across bands, what does the trajectory look like? That is definitely a part of our discussion, yes, sir.
Thank you. Just, so did you look at a graduation rate and cohort data and college going rate, or no, that wasn't part of the discussion?
They presented that data, we did discuss it. We did not look at the cohort piece, but we looked at four-year cohort graduation, we did. That's in our data set. We have a whole table on cohort graduation rate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Avance would like to comment, please.
Thank you. Very briefly, you did an interesting exercise here in terms of looking up the data, and you notice that the data for Benjamin Franklin is the data for Benjamin Franklin. It's not for the 4 or 5 magnet programs that are in there. There is no disaggregation of the state data by magnet program. And I know about location codes. I worked with that data when I was the Director of Facilities Information Systems at LA Unified. I know about location codes, but location codes are different from the school ID numbers that are used by the state. And so we'll stand by the point that the data is not disaggregated for magnet schools, and that therefore there's a significant question for that data comparison, as is pointed out in one of those letters of support. Number one, in terms of declining enrollment, Franklin High School, when we started, was over 3,000 students. Now they're less than 1,500, 50% decline there. Burbank Middle School, over 2,500, now less than half that. So they've been seeing, in some cases, even bigger declines than what we're here. And I put that as evidence of, despite the socioeconomic conditions that we highlighted, parents are still choosing to go to our school. And then lastly, to your point, sir, it's the difficult to see what's not there as a positive. And what I mean by that is, here's the narrative, right? So as a condition of our renewal here in 2015 was exit from city to SLC. So we write off $1.6 million. That has a serious impact. That triggers, hey, what's your action plan for this, this, and this? We were responsive. The responses were satisfactory. Then in the last 2 years, this year and last fiscal year, there have been no notice of concerns on fiscal issues, right? And so I cite that as evidence of, okay, we addressed that issue, hasn't come up again in the normal cycle of the fiscal information, right? So I offer those kind of 3 clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Sue?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question about the data, because I'm a little bit worried that we're doing apples and oranges here. I appreciate the charts that Avance put forth, and I appreciate their desire to use growth, year-over-year growth data. But I just want to make sure that they were able to do the same analysis with their comparison schools. Did they do year-over-year growth data for all of the LA Unified schools that they chose? Okay, so you were able to get student-level data, and were you able to separate out, to your point, the location codes between magnet schools and non-magnet schools?
No. If you're not within LA Unified, you don't have access to location code information, right? And so I want to emphasize, where are we getting this data from? It's data that we're getting from the data quests or the other state tools, and also pulling down the reporting files where I'm able to get, for example, college going rate. I pulled it for the entire state. I filtered it by the county. I filtered it for LA Unified. Right? So we're using state-produced data sets. And to your question, on the composition similar comparison schools, right? That was all CASP data that we pulled. And the growth was looking at, in terms of a cohort type analysis, that correct, the state tools don't do that. But if you pull, say, this year's 8th graders and then go back 2 years and where do they go? Yes, there are issues of, are they the same 8th graders? That's part of the problem with this data analysis, any data analysis. But on a whole, for that school, serving that grade, how did they serve 6th graders 3 years ago, and how did they then serve 8th graders? And have we seen an increase? The analysis that we did was for all of the comparisons that schools that we looked at and ours, and let me emphasize that those were schools that were demographically the same, and it had 3 components. Similar composition in terms of socially economically disadvantaged, because we have the highest socioeconomic disadvantage share in the Northeast, right? So that meant schools were coming from other parts, right? And high percentage of Latino students, right? And then lastly, that these were schools that did not have magnet centers. Right? So, and when you go to, if the commissioner goes and looks at the website for Franklin, for example, front and center on that page is a big symbol for SAS, Schools of Advanced Studies. Right now, I think there are 4 magnets there, but that particular magnet as an SAS school, then you go to another page on the website, and I printed these pages out for CDE, is the eligibility criteria for gifted and schools of advanced studies. And among those criteria is that students must, in addition to a psychological test, the student must demonstrate achievement data 2 years in advance. So imagine being able to have incoming 9th graders that are already testing at the 10th grade level. Those are the students that are eligible for the SAS programs like the one at Franklin or Nightingale, which is an entirely gifted school, right? Or some of the other ones. So it's very challenging to I think your point about apples and oranges is the point that we're trying to make.
All right, we've had some discussion over the last 45 minutes or so. Is there anyone that would like to entertain a motion or further discussion?
So I will get started. I actually really appreciated what Dr. Perry from LAUSD said about this charter school and the passion and the compassion and the social justice angle of it. And I think that resonates with, I think, everybody here in this room. And we want to feel empowered and passionate about those ideals. So thank you for reminding us. However, when we talk about a charter school, when I look at this charter school, I come to realize that this charter school has been up for renewals 3 times. It was up for renewal in LAUSD, which initially they voted to deny. It was then approved by the LA County Office of Education for 5 years. When it came for renewal, they were denied. And then it came to this body, the SBE. That's not this body, but the SBE 5 years ago, and they approved it. And now the CDE recommendation is to deny. I think that a lot of that recommendations and those actions are precipitated in the fact that I think that the school has shown throughout time that it does lack the achievement necessary to provide a high quality education to the students that it educates. Just in the last 3 years, we can see the growth, we see lack of growth, and really concerning numbers for English language learners and special education students, where 2 out of the 3 years, 0% of the EL students and 0% of the students with special needs were proficient or advanced. Those are sobering numbers. They've had a history of tumultuous fiscal positions and internal controls and audit findings. They've received 7 letters from CDE on concerns regarding whether the academics or how they operate. They have a history of declining enrollment, and the area has a history of declining enrollment. But the budget this year for next year has a growth projection and a flat growth projection. And even though the petitioner says it's just a small number of students, any one of us who runs small schools or small charter schools know that if you have 350 kids and you miss it by 25 kids, that has a substantial negative financial effect to your bottom line. And it is quite possible that just by overestimating, just keeping the enrollment flat this year, it's 24 students, that would wipe out their reserve in their current year next year. So I think that it's imperative for us to realize that the intention is there for this school. One of my colleagues mentioned this earlier, and it just hit a chord with me, is this is not a brand new charter school. This is a charter school that's been in operation for 15 years. I would hope that a charter school that has been in operation for 15 years would have 0 of these issues. And the fact is, in California alone, in the last 5 years, we've seen a tremendous investment by our state in public schools. I can't say with any certainty that the next 5 years that we're going to see from our state is going to be on any type of level. So I suspect that there'll be challenges financially. And if there's challenges financially, you know there's going to be challenges academically. And I think that this charter school has really shown that they struggle in both of those areas. And because of that, I can't in good conscience vote to renew this petition. So I would like to make a motion to accept staff's position to deny the renewal.
There's a motion on the table to accept staff's recommendation and deny the renewal. Is there a second? We have a second. Any further discussion amongst the commissioners at this time?
Just for myself, being a high school operator, I'm just looking at the graduation rates. At Avance was 92.2% for the last 18-19, so class of 2019. Their A through G completion rate was 75%. LA County was 81.8 graduation rate, 46.4 A through G rate. Eagle Rock was 93, about 1% higher, but they had a lower A through G completion rate, 62%. LAUSD, which encompasses the whole, a big county, a big part of LA, was 81.8 graduation rate, 46.4 A through G. Benjamin Franklin, which is down the street, 88.2 graduation rate, 51.6 A through G completion rate. So it's you know, Advance is keeping that up, looking at graduation rates, which is a big indicator, which is why it's on the dashboard, which is why it's part of the college and career. And for me, that's our end product. What are these kids doing? Are we doing A through G? Looking at the college going rate, that's a little bit older data. It finally came out, 17-18, and they were like 72.1% went to college, you know, whether it's a JC or a 4-year. City of LA County, was 61.9. LAUSD was 53.8. So if you kind of go down the list, Eagle Rock did better. They outperformed Avance that in this category, 81.8. But Benjamin Franklin, Lincoln, and Woodrow Wilson were 64, 66, and 54%. So that's the part I'm kind of looking at too, is looking at the end product. You know, they have them for 6 years, I believe, or 5 years, 7th grade to 12th grade. You know, the data's not showing, but I did hear that, you know, they are improving, they're making improvements. So I'm thinking that when the next, graduation cohort rate comes out, it should be better. And I'm thinking that when the next college going rate, it's going to increase. I started looking at also just, cohort rates from Cal State University. Their Office of the President puts out this new dashboard too, where the kids are coming from, and it looks comparable. So there's a lot of other indicators that are not being, used, but the fact that we keep hearing college going rate, I think that's a big part of what we're trying to push for in the state of California, and I think that should be considered. And it should be one of the metrics we look at if we're going to look at renewal or not.
Brent?
Yeah, I mean, I'm reaching a similar conclusion as I'm seeing a school that's really working to reach its community. And as I look at these letters from, am I on this thing? From people, like their school board member, Monica Garcia, like their assembly member, Weldon Carrillo, I'm seeing all these people that are really seeing the difference it's making in the community and that transferring into what you were saying, college going rate. And I know we talk about, a 3-mile radius. And that part of LA, neighborhood by neighborhood, that can be a big difference. I mean, so you're comparing Eagle Rock High. That's a very different neighborhood than Highland Park. And so, I mean, what I'm seeing a group of people that are really dedicated to the kids, dedicated to their education, and dedicated to helping them move forward. So, I mean, I can't in good conscience say that the school should cease to exist.
You go ahead.
Yeah, my struggle was when we talked about the finances and stuff. So as we talked to the gentleman who's actually overseeing their finances, and for the past 6 years, there has been challenges, but now we're sitting with a great audit in place. It sounds like some business practices have come together. I'm concerned, obviously, with my commissioner to my left here is when we start looking at the enrollment. And I know that a small amount of students makes a huge difference, especially to such a small community. There is no doubt you're making incredible connections to kids, and you're making great things happen for kids internally. And I'm really expecting that we're going to get to the place where those alternative measures, where we can bring forward different pieces of information that can be verified, that we can use. Because I did appreciate as we walk through these color charts and, you're making the comparisons to different schools. I do struggle with the fact that, this is a 15-year charter. You guys have had lots of history, lots of opportunities. And that is really the struggle, because it sounds like you're almost turning a corner now and you're actually making some gains, and you're actually, really, obviously because you have to, the LA's come down on you and now the state's come down on you, and you've got to make some changes and stuff. So it sounds like, you're financially going in the right direction. I do struggle with the piece on the enrollment, because I know that's going to make or break you going forward. So yeah, struggling in the middle here.
So I would echo the Commissioners Curry and Garbellino Mojica. I have the same concerns regarding just the trends. I love the work that you're doing with the students and the compassion, et cetera, that we're hearing, but I have concerns regarding just the trends over the years, this pattern of approval and then denial up the ladder, and that many of the same concerns are consistent. And the one that stands out for me the greatest right now is just that enrollment projection of 350, when every conversation that you've had regarding that has been around how the declining enrollments are not only in your neighborhood, but also across the district and across LA Unified itself. So I'm alongside of Commissioner Garbellino Mojica. I'm struggling to support a continuation, which is too bad, because I think you're doing fantastic work for those who have voiced their appreciation of the work that your school has done.
I echo the concerns of Mike and Gail. I just, the English learner population, 0% performing on a CASP is concerning to me. They make up the majority, they're redesignated or they're English learners. That makes a majority of population. We really have a clear focus on those students, and that's a struggle. At this time, are there any other comments from the board before we? Okay, so we have a first and a second. The motion is to deny, to accept CD's recommendation and deny Avance Academica. So we're going to do a roll call vote, and we'll begin with Jared Austin.
Yes.
Esau? How do you say your last name? Baruman, thank you.
So I'd like to do the renewal. What would be my response at this point? If I'd like to.
Be no.
No. The no.
Yeah. Cameron Curry?
No.
Stephanie Farland?
Yes.
Gail Garbelina Mujica,
Yes.
Erica Jones,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Brent Walmsley
No.
and Mike Wash.
Yes.
So we have 6-4 to motion to deny the renewal of Academica Advance at this time. And that vote will go to the board that they will consider at the next board meeting. So thank you very much. At this time, commissioners, we are going to go to lunch from 12:15 and we'll renew it. We'll come back and adjourn at 12:45. Or we'll come back at 12:45. How do you say that? 6 to 4. All right, we will reconvene at this time for our last agenda item. Agenda item 4, request for renewal from the OnePurpose School, a State Board of Education authorized school that was denied renewal by the San Francisco Unified School District. And this time, can we please hear from CDE?
Item 4. So item 4 is an appeal of a renewal from OnePurpose School that was currently authorized by the State Board of Education and the charter term that expires on June 30th, 2020. So pursuant to Education Code Section 47605K3, which requires an SBE authorized charter school to submit a renewal petition to the authority that originally denied the charter, OnePurpose submitted a renewal petition to the San Francisco Unified School District on October 15th, 2019, and on December 10th, 2019, the San Francisco Unified School District Board denied the petition. On December 11th, the petitioner submitted a petition for appeal to the State Board of Education. The CDE proposes to recommend that the State Board of Education hold a public hearing to deny the request to renew OnePurpose, a TK through grade 5 charter school. OnePurpose is not consistent with sound educational practice and does not perform overall at least equal to its comparable district schools where the majority of the OnePurpose pupils would otherwise attend. OnePurpose petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. OnePurpose petition does not provide reasonably comprehensive descriptions of all of the required charter elements of the following elements as described: description of the educational program, governance, suspension and expulsion, and dispute resolution procedures. OnePurpose was originally approved by the State Board of Education on January 14th, 2015 for a 5-year term. They intend to serve 118 pupils in TK through grade 5 on a Prop 39 agreement with San Francisco Unified School District. They currently locate or are co-locating with Hart Elementary School in San Francisco. OnePurpose mission is to build a strong foundation for pupils to succeed in school and beyond, thereby escaping the cycle of poverty through solid academic preparation and social emotional support that is delivered with care and respect, and that nurtures self-confidence, strength, resilience to overcome challenges, and the ability to advocate for oneself. CDE selected 5 schools serving similar grade spans where pupils would otherwise be required to attend and that are comparable in that they have similar enrollment for similar significant subgroups. After looking at the data, CDE has determined that the CASP data demonstrates that that OnePurpose does not perform at least equal to the schools where the pupils would otherwise be required to attend for all pupils school-wide and among significant subgroups as pursuant to Education Code 47607. CDE reviewed the alternative measures that were provided to us by OnePurpose. The data from the OnePurpose alternative measures reflects some increases in chronic absenteeism, and they did improve their suspension rate. However, the data presented by OnePurpose for developmental reading levels, teacher and staff development indicators and outcomes, culture and climate indicators and outcomes, Family engagement indicators and outcomes, and organizational outcomes relies on assessments and or data which the CDE lacks independent confirmation of their reliability, fairness, and alignment. If we look at the dashboard for 2018-2019, both dashboards, you will notice that OnePurpose does not have any CASP assessment for ELA and mathematics on the dashboard. And that is because the first year that they were eligible to take the dashboard was, or to take the CASP, I'm sorry, the SBAC was 2017-18. And so they do not have any academic data on the California school dashboard. But if you look at 2018, if you look at some of their indicators for chronic absenteeism, which is in orange, and their suspension rate of red, and if you look at 2019, their chronic absenteeism rate is red and suspension rate is orange. So their inability to implement their current fiscal analysis, they did submit a multi-year budget to us as required with the appeal, and they submitted the same budget to San Francisco Unified School District. And CDE did a thorough analysis. We do a de novo review. We talked about that as the last item. So we went through the petition, we went through all the appendices, we went through the budget, and concluded that their budget is viable with the projected enrollment of 118, 129, and 141 with positive ending fund balances, and they have reserves of 14, 10, and 6% for fiscal years up through 2023. Although they have a viable budget, CDE continues to be concerned about future obligations and their operational capacity. With their oversight with us, OnePurpose has been issued 7 letters of concerns from the CDE regarding academic and operational noncompliance, and 1 letter of concern from CDE regarding a low ending fund balance and enrollment. So part of inability to implement, we are seeing declining enrollment. You can see their original petition, their projection from January 14th, 2015. Originally, they were going to be going from 2015-16 to 120 to 2019-20 to 312 pupils. Currently, they serve 95 pupils in grades TK through grade 5. The CDE, once again, has concerns about their outreach and recruitment strategies due to the severe under-enrollment. Additionally, the CDE finds that the OnePurpose petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of the following required elements: a description of the educational program, governance structure, suspension and expulsion, and the dispute resolution procedures. And all of that, of course, is outlined and detailed in the item that you have in front of you, as well as the attachment 1 or the full analysis. So I do want to draw to your attention that I think it's fair to say that OnePurpose realizes that they don't meet the renewal criteria under Education 47607. So under Education Code 47607, OnePurpose, I would say it's fair to say, realizes that they don't meet the renewal criteria. So on January 9th, 2020, the CDE and state board staff received a letter from OnePurpose, and you have that in your packet. And they submitted a letter outlining academic conditions for the state board's consideration moving forward. So they had in the letter, they are imposing conditions upon themselves and asking the State Board of Education and the Advisory Commission on Charter School to consider those conditions moving forward. So these conditions are based on meeting specific targets for both English language arts and mathematics as defined by SBAC scores, and they did have some internal benchmarks administered by OnePurpose. And I know the school is prepared to talk a little bit more about the letter and the conditions that they are asking for as we move forward with the meeting. So in summary, CD staff is recommending denial of the petition. OnePurpose is not consistent with sound educational practice and does not perform overall at least equal to its comparable district schools where the majority of the pupils would be required to attend. OnePurpose petitioner is unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. There are some, with our current fiscal analysis, even though we find that they are viable, they have had operational concerns and challenges for the last 5 years. under the state board's authorization, and they have had declining enrollment. And the petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all of the required elements. So that ends my presentation. I know that the petitioners are here to address the commissioners as well as San Francisco Unified School District.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, are there any clarifying questions for CDE at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. And we will open public hearing at this time, and we will hear from the petitioner.
Sorry, arrows. You can press down. Okay, wonderful. Okay, do you want to put that here? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Director Farland and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here before you today. I am one of the founding board members of OnePurpose School and am pleased to be able to come before you for renewal. I want to take a moment first so that we can get the introductions out of the way to introduce you to three fabulous members of the team that we have built over the last 5 years. First, we have Annie Shibley, who is our principal, my fellow board member, Joy Jackson Morgan, and then my board president, Pamela Mann. I'm going to get out of the way right now. I'll come back and let the people that are most on the ground speak to you about our school.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to share the mission again of OnePurpose with you as it really guides the work that we're doing and it keeps us grounded in our mission and purpose. So as Carrie mentioned, we serve transitional kindergarten through 5th grade students in San Francisco's Bayview neighborhood. We combine solid academic preparation and social emotional support delivered with love and respect to nurture self-confidence and the strength and resilience to overcome challenges and the ability for our scholars to advocate for themselves. We provide the foundation necessary for future success to escape the cycle of poverty.
As Annie just shared, our mission at OnePurpose reflects the need to break the cycle of poverty in Bayview, a community rich in history and culture, and for a long time has had this disinvestment into our schools, which are the lowest in the state, or some of the lowest in the state. OnePurpose partners with the community to provide wraparound services that our students and families need and deserve. With the amount of high trauma that we receive, this is very important to us. 3 key partners are Seneca, the Boys and Girls Club, and the YMCA. Seneca has been in partnership with us since we started in 2015. Since then, we have tripled the number of students and families receiving mental health services, which is still very taboo in our communities. They also provide a very robust special education program for our students. The Boys and Girls Club has been in partnership with us for 3 years. Currently, 68% of our students are accessing this free programming, which there is a shortage of after-school programs in San Francisco. They provide services like transportation to and from the after-school program, since safety is an issue, healthy snacks. We are also in a food desert, an hour of academic support, and structured playtime. The YMCA, which has been in partnership with us for 2 years, we have 60% of our students accessing this also free program for summer. They provide 2 healthy meals, press snacks every day, academic supports, and robust field trip portions to get our students out of the world and expand their horizons. The only way these partnerships provide continued wraparound services outside of school's hours not only provides the foundational supports they need, but also helps them build the cultural capital they need in order to interrupt the predictable outcomes of generational poverty.
So as a founding board member, I want to talk about our history a little bit. And unlike the previous school, we are very new. In year 1 through 3, we built those partnerships that Joy talked about, making sure that we could build a trauma-informed model for the very specific neighborhood of Bayview in San Francisco. We spent that, we did that, and in the year 3, the data that we had to present to you, we had at least equal results for our very small class of 20 third grade students. I want to note in terms of comparison schools that there really are 3 schools that are comparison schools for us. They're the other schools in the Bayview, and they are the non-public school placements and the SDC classes that kids are coming out of and coming to OnePurpose. So in those first 3 years, we became an unofficial magnet, if you will, of families and students who needed those wraparound services, that after-school full-day program and that summer program. In year 4, unfortunately, and the year before we were coming in front of you, we had tragedy hit us with 2 unexpected losses. Our CEO, Daniel McLaughlin, who was the successful CEO and founder of Envision Public Schools and founded us, was on site every single day, had to step down because of health issues and has since passed. We are still feeling the ramifications of that. At the same time, we brought in a new head of school in year 4, who ended up she had a high risk pregnancy in the fall and had to step down from her position. So we lost our CEO and we lost our head of school. Our amazing assistant principal, Annie Shibley, stepped in, our board stepped up, and we all worked to stabilize. But at the same time, we had higher than normal teacher turnover. We hadn't had that before. And we lost a lot of families. And the families that we lost weren't the kids that were coming for all of those supports and all of those needs. We lost our families that had the most ability to seek something else outside of the Bayview. Very few families even send their kids to school in the Bayview. So we had all of these pieces happen right before we came to you. And then after we'd already submitted our petition, our year 4 results came out. That group of 20 was down to 12 tested students. So every single one of those kids that left was a potential 8% percentage swing on those proficiency rates you're seeing. We're not happy with our year 4 rates, but we believe that we are in a unique situation, both in terms of our school and in terms of how we're evaluating charters. And we would like to come forward to ask for a unique solution. We need the timeline to be able to show that the corrective actions we took last year for our school last year and that we've put in place this year, and Annie's going to speak to those, are viable, that we have been able to recruit the most talented, most experienced staff we've ever had, and that we are all in for the Bayview and for our kids. And therefore, we have put, as Carrie mentioned, a voluntary conditions for approval in front of you. We are asking if you would consider a 2-year voluntary conditions for a 2-year approval in an MOU in which we say, can we have these 2 years? I have put forward to you conditions that I have seen with other authorizers throughout the state of California and they have accepted. If you want something different, we are open to that. But that we say we are going to meet these, and I'm speaking as a board member right now, we will meet these in those first 2 years and this last year of this charter, even though they're not in our element B. And if we don't, the board will voluntarily close the school. And so that is really in our unique situation that we have with a very small testing population, our ask of you, because our larger group of kids are in that K2 coming up and rising. Thank you.
In order to make good on the promises that Melissa just shared of our mission and on the conditions outlined in the proposal, we've analyzed multiple data sources this year and determined these 4 focus areas. We started the year with an intensive focus on school-wide culture and climate to reestablish it and support students and staff grow and thrive. We hired a culture and climate coach that focused on tier 1 supports to coach classroom teachers on their capacity and ability to support trauma-informed practices. We implemented a school-wide wellness center that students can access, and all of this was driven in a PBIS framework. And here you can see that our efforts have paid off. From the get-go, our focus on school culture and climate reduced our office discipline referrals more than 75%. And we have maintained that low rate, which you all know means that more students are spending time in class. Also, at OnePurpose, we've never counseled out any scholars, and we have several students who are previously in or otherwise would have been placed in a non-public school or a special day class where I previously worked. We are succeeding at OnePurpose. We know this sets our students up for success in ways that non-public schools and special day classes are currently not able to do. And we know that strong school culture and climate is not enough. It's necessary, but it's not enough. We need our students to thrive, and we knew that our most struggling readers needed to accelerate their learning, so we launched these 2 initiatives simultaneously. We adopted new curriculum, which I'll talk about in the future slides, but we also implemented a 6-week intervention cycle right off the get-go to ensure that we were supporting our MTSS framework, and we also initiated a flood model in our classes that were demonstrating the lowest reading rates. I know that the state is moving away from looking at internal data. However, as a school, this is something that we continue to focus on because 71% of our scholars have not yet been assessed with state testing. Looking at this data, we specifically focused on those students receiving academic intervention. 100% of those students grew at the average rate. And 42% of those students grew 3 or more reading levels, which is a faster rate than the expected time. And this accelerating learning is what we need to make sure that all of our scholars are catching up to their grade level peers. Now we know we have this strong foundation in place. We have seen that when we focus on something, we are able to demonstrate great success. And now we are leaning in towards accelerating learning for all of our scholars. In analyzing previous data, we realized that our PBL model and some teacher design units.
Sorry.
Usually we're muted when the time goes off.
Go ahead and come to a close.
So we implemented a new curriculum, and we realized that with those curriculums that we implemented, we would see greater outcomes.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, are there any clarifying questions in regards to for OnePurpose? Okay. At this time, yes.
What is your total enrollment? I didn't see that.
Our current enrollment is 100 students. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. And you will be back up here, I promise. Okay? At this time, can we hear from the district, San Francisco? San Francisco is the district and the county, correct?
That is correct, yes. Hi, my name is Michael Davis. I'm the Charter Schools Director for San Francisco Unified School District and County Office of Education. And it's great to see you guys. Good afternoon. So in San Francisco, we received this renewal petition and put it through the review process based on the criteria outlined in the Education Code. What we do in San Francisco is we receive petitions. They are accepted by the board in a public meeting, and then they are referred to the board's curriculum and program and budget and program business services committees. So once that happens, then we refer the petition to our charter's petition review committee, which is made up of people from our finance, our chief academic officer, our chief of family, community, and school support. And we basically review the petitions and make recommendations or reports to our committees. And then after those committees have reviewed the reports, then we make a board recommendation and report for final action. So for OnePurpose, we held a curriculum and program review committee, or curriculum and program committee review on December 9th, and a budget and business services review before that on November 6th. So I'm going to start with curriculum and program. We, of course, follow the general guidelines for review of California charter school renewal petitions. So for the curriculum and program elements, as you know, the board shall consider past performance of the charter school's academics. Their main criteria, as you know, is increases in academic achievement for all numerically significant groups of students served by the charter school shall be the most important factor. We also looked at the academic performance to see if it was at least equal to the academic performance of the public schools that the charter school students would otherwise attend. From that review, and here's the student demographics, we also look to see how the charter school compares in demographics to see if, to what extent it has to serve the same types of difficult to serve populations that the district does overall. So you can see that this charter school's demographics compare closely or favorably to San Francisco Unified. In looking at the SBAC results, we found that the school was not demonstrating increases in academic achievement overall or among the subgroups. And then when we looked at the comparison schools, and comparison include demographically similar and geographically proximate, we found that in some instances, the school did better than some of the comparison schools, but overall did not really compare favorably to the district schools. So as I said before, those are the factors. So from the review, we reported that third grade school-wide results for ELA were the same in 2018 and 19. Math decreased from 18 to 19. The results for the cohort moving from grade 3 in 18 to grade 4 in 19 were poorer than 2018 in ELA and math, and third grade results for socioeconomically disadvantaged students improved from 18 to 19 in ELA but declined in math. Then we had a series of other findings, basically slicing and dicing as best we could the CAST results. We also looked at the charter petition as a whole to make sure that it had all of the required elements fulfilled. We had some insufficiencies found by our chief academic officer in the areas of English language arts and math, English language learners, and professional development. For the budget and business review, we looked at finances and operations, past performance as indicator of future success. There were some issues with the independent financial audit that were pointed out. We looked at their enrollment trend. As you can see, they peaked in 17-18 and have been on the decline since. But they've, except for the first year, they've had healthy ending fund balances. As was pointed out by CDE, the budget proposed going forward is sound based on the numbers that are projected, but we also note that enrollment is on the decline, so there could be a problem there. So we found that finances were generally good over the term, although there were some issues that had been pointed out in the past by CDE in their oversight. Enrollment has substantially declined. And also I want to point out that, as was noted, the schools in the Bayview, the OnePurpose target area, are not experiencing robust demand. And as a matter of fact, the last two charter schools that have opened and targeted that area have not met enrollment projections and have declined year over year. And so after that review, the board, the staff gave the board findings that the charter school failed to meet the academic performance criteria for renewal, that it does not contain reasonably comprehensive description of all the program elements, and that the petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the program. Those were the findings adopted unanimously by the San Francisco board on December 10th.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the board have any clarifying questions at this time? Go ahead.
You mentioned enrollment. So enrollment is in decline in all schools in that area, or pretty much in San Francisco in general, just the entire?
No, in that particular area, there is not a great demand for enrollment in those schools in the Bayview area. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no other clarifying questions for the commissioners, let's close the public comment, public hearing, close public hearing at this time. And at this time, we'll move forward to public comment. Jonathan, do we have some people signed up for public comment?
Please line up. Jana Zeal, Mara Vez, Susan Davenport, Melissa Barnes Dolakia, Joy Jackson Morgan, Joe Steinberger. And before you speak, please state your name.
Perfect. So don't forget to state your name, and you will have 1 minute to respond. And Jonathan will keep track of that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Yahaziel Finyayi, and I am a fourth grader at OnePurpose School. I have been attending OP since the first grade, and I have learned a lot since then. Here at OP, we have teachers who not only educate, but care for our future. Their commitment to me and my peers encourage us to be a better scholar student than yesterday. My school taught me to read, write, and spell, and now I am one of the best readers in class. One of my favorite things I learned at OP is American history and the people who fought for our rights to equal opportunity, our rights to vote, and our rights to education. I hope you take advantage of the opportunity to vote on my education by keeping OnePurpose open. I may be young, but I've learned at OP that one person can make a difference. So I leave you with our school motto: I know I can be all I can be. I work hard and learn, and I will achieve, because I am a scholar at OP. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Marquez Anthony Mims, and I am a student at OnePurpose School. I've been attending OnePurpose since I was in the first grade. OnePurpose has taught me so much. Participating in class projects is my favorite thing to do. The project I remember the most is when we got to pick our school mascot. We wanted an animal who showed strength, unity, and protection. Strength because we are strong leaders with confidence. Our strength will carry us to victory. Unity because together we will stand for our school full of scholars who you will work for someday. Our protection because it is important that we care for, fight for, and protect the things that matter to us. And one thing I love is my education here at OnePurpose. I've learned so many things at OnePurpose. OnePurpose is a part of me, something I am willing to fight for, protect. My schoolmates and I stand in unity when I say, keep OnePurpose open. My name is Marquez Anthony Mims, a proud OnePurpose Tiger.
Time.
And I just want to thank you for your time.
Well done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Raven Jackson. I am a third grade student at OnePurpose School. I am here to tell you why we should keep OnePurpose open. I like the education at OnePurpose. I like how teachers teach. If it is too hard for a student, they make it easier. And if it is too easy, they expand it off. I also like how the projects are fun. I like the toolbox because it helps our emotions. If we need it, it makes us feel calmer. I have been at OnePurpose since TK, so I hope you vote to keep it open. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Castillo Cartagena, and I am a fifth grader at OnePurpose Charter School. I want to share my experience at this school. The environment is encouraging and positive, and my brother and I get the help we need. I wish all the schools are the same, but they are not. Charter schools have this particular curriculum that makes them special and different. They help every single kid in all the areas, and it's not a simple curriculum. I know many teachers that make time to put every single piece together for every day. I like how this school is close to the community and gives support to the parents, all the kids from OnePurpose. My brother and I are joyous that we increased this year in reading and math. We are doing so great that this is the first year of us being so successful. We love our school so much. I have so many positive comments about our principal teachers, and they are challenging us so that we can give our best, and that's what we all need to succeed. If you don't help us, we will be going back to struggling, and our succeeding will just be a waste of time because we don't have the same help we will have next year, and us as students deserve the best. I'm asking you to please take time and think about our future and help us succeed to be successful, and our school will be academically successful too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well done.
My name is Sara Castillo. I'm Henry's mother. I have two boys in OnePurpose. And like he says, this year is being so successful for them. I see the difference from last year. My little one who's in first grade, he's going for reading time to second grade because his level, it's like 4 levels than when he started this year. He got stuck last year with reading because the teacher, you know how many kids they have. So he was more with the other kids. They need more help. So I was working with him at home. But this time they got the opportunity to have more help in the classroom. And they doing really good at math and reading. And I'm happy that my older one, he just finished the alphabet reading. Thank you for your time.
My name is Pamela Mann, and I chair the board of OnePurpose School. At OnePurpose, we are working diligently to deliver upon our mission of providing solid academic preparation and social and emotional support to enable all of our students to develop the agency they need to overcome challenges and succeed in their lives. We have not been without our own challenges or missteps. We understand that our academic data reflecting a very tiny sample size are not where they should be. But statistics are not the only measure worth considering. We hope you agree that our students are not the sum total of state testing data. They are impressionable, curious, eager, adorable young human beings who are learning how to learn. You know of the history of broken promises made to our community and the families in our community. On behalf of our board of directors, our parents, teachers, and students, I am asking you to give us the chance to keep our promise. Give us credit for addressing our challenges, permit us to be part of the solution with our strengthened model, and work with us to make our mission a reality in a community that has been shortchanged for far too long. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Susan Davenport. I'm the finance chair on the board of OnePurpose School. And as such, I understand the need to apply statistics and dashboards and the like to the rubrics of comparison. But I'd like you to suspend that, please, in evaluating us, because we are not only new, but have a very small statistical sample to work with, such that one student can make a 6 to 10% difference in where we land on the charts. So academics are not the only pillar of student growth. OP provides levels of social support that other schools don't and cannot. If you're only looking at one factor, sample sizes are so small that you can't really draw a conclusion about that success at this point. We're right on the cusp of being able to prove ourselves. If you can make a judgment purely on these statistics, you're missing what's unique about OP. You should also know that in terms of enrollment, we have a steady level. Our ADA is the highest it's ever been this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I was a board member first, and now I'm a community leader. We wear many hats at a small school. As a second-generation Native, one thing that I really wanted to lift up was my parents went to these schools. My mom worked in the district for about 20 years, and so this is very dear to my heart. I'm also a former teacher myself. Something that I really want to lift up is that 70% of the families in Bayview send their kids outside of the neighborhood, and that goes without saying because it's been this disinvestment in our schools for many, many years. Also, what happened in our neighborhood recently was that the public housing that most of our students went from low income to mixed income, and there was a whole shift, and a move occurred also in the middle of the school year. So the school that we are co-located at also saw a drop in enrollment and in scoring because there was a whole shift in what was happening in the neighborhood in general. So please take that into consideration as well. These families and students went through a lot last year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Steinberger, and I'm the Development and Enrollment Manager at OnePurpose School. OnePurpose has a unique funding formula, one that may feel different, but is in fact an asset to the students and families of the Bayview. Yes, we engage in extensive local fundraising. Our board of directors has committed to and has been successful in raising an additional $1 million annually to provide the wraparound services and the level of staffing required to truly serve the traditionally underserved community of the Bayview. We view this as an asset and not a liability, and it's why some of the most traumatized students in the Bayview come to and enroll at OP. They want the services that we can provide. OnePurpose has been extremely successful in its development efforts. We have been able to mobilize individuals and foundations to invest in the future success of Bayview students, as evidenced in the letters of support we submitted. To date, we have raised over $4.2 million from nearly 550 donors. Our multi-pronged fundraising program involves outreach to hundreds of past and potential new donors so that we are not reliant on a small number of major funders. These efforts have enabled the school to provide a comprehensive extended day and year programs, wraparound social, emotional, and behavioral services, and family engagement and learning events that our community would otherwise not receive. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Reginald Dickerson. I'm a native of San Francisco since 1958. I'm here on behalf of my 9-year-old daughter, Shamira Dickerson. I have been active in the community ever since Shamira was born, and now here at OnePurpose. When I went to school here in San Francisco, we barely had teachers, let alone books. And now we have extraordinary teachers, therapists, IEPs that Shamira have been fortunate enough to be a part of. And I can tell you, her confidence level has skyrocketed so high because of OnePurpose that she has awakened me at 4 a.m. to get ready for school. Shamira has stayed in the office calling me, come and help her, and now the office rarely ever sees Shamira due to the techniques of OnePurpose. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Trevor Skelton, and I am a client finance manager at EdTech, OnePurpose's back office service provider, supporting the school in its budgeting and financial management. EdTech has been working with OP since the school's inception, and in that time, the school has achieved a level of financial stability that is not common for small charters this young. The school has built a solid reserve over the past 5 years, $450,000 to start this year, or about 18% of annual expenses, and is projected to maintain that fund balance percent in the MYP. Additionally, OnePurpose has developed over time an extremely effective individual fundraising program and track record, providing a foundation to mitigate economic uncertainties and support strong monthly cash balances. As such, the school has never had to sell receivables. Further, OP's most recent independent audit showed no findings. The school had a low fund balance shortly after opening its doors, as is common among new charters, but since then has received no fiscal letters of concern from the CE. The school has certainly had its challenges, not the least facilities, but OnePurpose has maintained and is projected to maintain strong financial health and stability. Over the years, the school's ability to quickly adjust its budget has been very impressive. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Oh.
My name is Jonas Castillo. I'm a first grade in OnePurpose. I'm doing very great at the school because my teacher has been helping me. I love my school. Please let me continue be in OnePurpose.
Great job.
Can you please not shut down the school because my name is Shamira, and people are getting their location, whatever. People are learning much better, and they need to learn. And some people don't have schools, and that's the best school I ever went to.
Thank you. Great job.
Please line up Janelle Ruley, Linda Main, Raven Jackson.
Already went.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Allen. I'm the business manager here at OnePurpose School. As my colleague Trevor from EdTech mentioned, we did receive a unmodified opinion or an unqualified opinion from our last audit. I'd like to specifically point out that that audit was conducted by Clifton Allen Larson, which was the same CPA firm that issued us the previous findings, showing so they knew exactly what to look for when they cleared those findings. Our balance sheet is healthy. We have a streamlined operation, and I'd like to reiterate that we use the money entrusted to us by the state of California to educate the children of the Bayview and other areas of San Francisco responsibly and efficiently. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I realize I neglected to state my name the last time. My name is Janelle Ruley. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core. Here today now to add my support to OnePurpose's renewal appeal. I did want to draw your attention to, I think, what is really an extraordinary step taken by this particular charter school and its petitioners, which was to set benchmarks for their own accountability and offering to voluntarily close if they don't meet those benchmarks. This is a truly remarkable situation. A charter school, again, is volunteering to close itself if it doesn't meet these performance measures. This would mean no notice of violation that comes before you, no notice of intent to revoke, no action to revoke the charter. This kind of offer is rare statewide. I can think of just a couple of instances, and I can't think of any instances in which it has happened at the state level. It speaks to OnePurpose's seriousness of purpose and their commitment to improvement. It's also a recognition of the gravity of the circumstances that the school finds itself in. We hope that you dig in with them on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, students. Let's give these students a round of applause. Great job. Well done. Well done. And at this time in the meeting, we will open the meeting up to the commissioners to ask substantive questions that they might have of the petitioner or the district and county.
I actually have a couple questions for CDE, if that's possible, and our CDE attorneys as well.
Perfect. CDE, can you come on up? Is there a lawyer in the room? Okay. CDE attorney, perfect.
Okay. So, thanks, Carrie.
Lily Coe, CDE Legal.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to start with Carrie real quick. So, Carrie, in the past, whenever we have had fundraising as a part of the charter school's budget, CDE staff would have removed it because they considered it soft money. Now it looks as if OnePurpose should be commended to be able to raise between $1 to $1.3 million annually to help augment the operations. What type of assurances did you receive from the petitioners that they have this stream coming in? They've done a tremendous job, and they've shown every year they've been able to raise over $1 million. But you can look at that. You can look at the graph and realize that $1 million is helping to keep everything afloat. So there's been a little bit of a change, I think, in how CDE has been treating that money from a couple of years ago to today.
So for the, I'll talk, and then Kylie can come up and help me out as well. But in terms of the fundraising money, we have many of our charter schools receive soft money or fundraising money, especially in the San Francisco area. There are some ways that we try to look at that money. One, we do consider it soft money, but if we do get a letter that states that they're going to be receiving this money, there are some timelines based on receiving the money. There's some accountability sometimes to receiving the money, but we get a letter from the agency or the business who's going to submit the money to the school, the organization. And if we get the letter, correct me if I'm wrong, Kylie, but if we get the letter, then we'll go ahead and include that in the budget. Do you want to add to that?
And also, this is Kylie Kwok. I'm the fiscal consultant of Charter School Division. And over the past years, I always ask the educational consultant when he does the monthly monitoring or the oversight visits, and he will provide me the update information for the fundraising, how much the school has received the fundraising by monthly basis.
So you feel a high level of confidence that that money will then materialize for the term of the charter, should it be renewed.
Yes, I mean, that's part of what we, just like, I should have mentioned that, but that's what Kylie mentioned. We do, if they say in their budget, okay, we're going to be collecting $1 million for this year outside of the state money, then we do check with them. We get a letter. We check with them monthly on how that's going and making sure that they're providing evidence that they're actually going to be receiving that.
And if that fundraising money were to trail off for any known reason, then you would follow it up with more of a formalized, I'm assuming it would be a notice of concern or
Right.
whatever you want to call it on the financial side.
If by chance they didn't get the money or they were dipping below the 5% reserves as we are looking at their fiscal viability and reviewing their documents, then we would definitely send out first a letter of concern asking for an action plan to remedy that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Now I have a legal question for the CDE attorneys. The petitioner mentioned their desire to enter into an MOU with the State Board of Education for 2 years, dependent upon, oh, I shouldn't say dependent, basically as a goodwill faith that they are committed to making the changes and that they will live up to those changes. My understanding is that renewals are a 5-year minimum.
That is correct.
So is that even possible?
It's a 5-year term period.
So it's not possible.
It's not possible. And under the law, the way the state board can close the school is by the revocation process. So you're really taking their word on, okay, we're going to close if we don't meet these conditions. We don't, at that point, we can't go and say, here's the MOU.
So if the state board then approved the petition and they say there was an MOU, whether or not it was binding or not, and after 2 years they did not meet the conditions or the test scores were still of a concern, the only remedy that the state board would have to enforce anything would be to go to revocation?
Well, I mean, we've never done it, go to court and say because MOU is an agreement.
Right.
But under the law, in terms of how the SBE would shut down the school or close the school, would be through the revocation process.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
It does. I think I've been a commissioner now for starting my 3rd year, and I've never had this come before us, and I don't necessarily. I want to make sure that we all have the same knowledge that there was an offer, but we do. If the state board does approve it, it will have to be for a 5-year term.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think they want to respond to that.
Yes, they do.
Sorry.
Go on up.
In context, just quickly, I helped build and lead Lighthouse Community Public Schools in Oakland, which is one of the most contentious kind of school district relationships in the state. Oakland Unified and I mention that because Oakland Unified School District just did exactly what we're asking. They had a school their school had a long history, but had a change in leadership that created flight and had a lot of the similar things. And they just approved the North Oakland Community Charter School, and they approved it with an MOU that jointly agreed that the school board would shut the school down if they didn't meet that. It doesn't mean I'm not a lawyer, I'm an educator, but I just want to say that there is precedent out there in terms of authorizers. It's not you, but there is precedent out there for what we're asking.
Thank you. Any commissioners, you have other questions for?
I do. I've got some questions regarding enrollment first. So if we can talk about enrollment, somebody can come up from the school. Somebody'd like to talk about that real quick? I just have some questions. So I'm looking at the chart that came from San Francisco Unified, and it's talking about the renewal petition, and it's talking about your enrollment. It's going from 118 to 129 to 141 to 155 to 180 in 2024. We've heard from San Francisco Unified that your particular area is really in a decline situation. So can you talk to us about your strategy on how you're going to achieve these enrollment gains?
Sure. Well, just to take a step back first, so in our second year, we had 125 students. We then grew to 160 students, and then we're about in that range in our 4th year last year. So there is precedent for us reaching these numbers. And I think a big reason for the decline was for two reasons. One, because of the leadership changes that were discussed earlier. And two, another part that hasn't been mentioned today is that the facilities offers that we were given over the last 2 years that we were given by San Francisco Unified School District did not include any additional classrooms. So that also curtailed our enrollment a bit as well, in addition to us just working in a community where there are a lot of families that are displaced. So I just wanted to provide that backdrop at first. In terms of how we're going to grow enrollment moving forward, one simple way is just that, this year our 5th grade class has 6 students. Our current 4th grade class has 15 students. So, we'll have some gains there. Also, going into this year, it was the first year that we did not have a transitional kindergarten class last year, and we're not able to matriculate up any students from transitional kindergarten into kindergarten for this year. So we've added back transitional kindergarten this year. So we obviously anticipate some matriculating students. And in addition to that, in terms of our outreach efforts, we have partnerships with 15 to 20 local daycares, community organizations that we partner with to do enrollment outreach activities starting way back in September. And we also, are at community events. We're out in the community all the time. We do a lot of direct outreach to people. And to this point, this year, even though we have another at least month or so before our lottery, we have 54 families that have expressed interest in enrolling for next school year.
I would like to acknowledge the fact that the perfect storm that you guys described with losing leaders, and that has a profound impact on the community. So sorry about that, really.
Nice clarifying on that. So I'm still confused on your enrollment. So the one document from CDE says 95 students.
Mm-hmm.
Then another document says 149. And then I heard someone earlier say you have 100 students. And then last year you had, or some years ago, you had 160.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have this year?
Currently, we have 95, and that 149 number was for last school year.
The last school year?
Yeah, last school year.
So you lost those students
Mm-hmm.
because of the leadership change? Is that why you think you lost those
a big reason was for the leadership change. So in any year, regardless of what's going on at the school, we will lose students to displacement. That happens every year. But I think the main reason for the students leaving last year was the leadership change. And our founder and CEO was someone who, obviously he was our founder, so he was there from day one, and a lot of those original families knew him, were recruited by him, saw him around school all the time. So his leaving had an outsized influence on everything.
Another clarifying question on that is, I think you mentioned, and I could ask San Francisco in a minute, is that you think another factor was facilities, and
Mm-hmm.
did they not provide you for growth? Or are you saying they didn't provide you enough room for your current students? Clarify
Right.
the offer of Prop 39, and I can get further clarification from San Francisco as well.
So we started with 6 classrooms initially, and then we currently have 8 classrooms. And so we were projecting enrollment growth from our 3rd year to our 4th year, but we're not given additional classroom space in order to accommodate that growth, which meant 2 things. One, and in order to accommodate our growth, we were going to need 2 additional classrooms each year. So the choice that we made was to not offer a transitional kindergarten class last year, and then we combined our 2 2nd grade classes into a single 3rd grade class. And so I think we took 2 classes that had about 16 students each, put them together to have a class of 32 students. And even though we had new families who wanted to enroll, we weren't able to do so because we had a single over-enrolled class.
What was the reason why you're given not to get the additional classrooms?
I'm not sure. I'd love the answer to that question, though.
I'll ask San Francisco
Mm-hmm.
in a minute. But you're also projecting future growth on here too,
Mm-hmm.
but you weren't able to grow because you didn't have classrooms before. What makes you think you're going to grow now?
Well, like I was saying earlier, we have had as many as 160 students at our current campus with the number of classrooms that we have now. So we do have room to accommodate that growth. And then obviously, in the future, we would hope to potentially either get more space at the current site we're at or our own site where we could, continue to grow after that.
Quick question, just for enrollment too. How big is your fifth grade currently right now?
I believe it's 6 students.
6 students.
Mm-hmm.
And your TK and your kindergarten combined?
That is 19 students.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get the district's response to the Prop 39?
So the charter school is currently allocated 10 classroom spaces, 10 teaching stations at the Bret Harte Elementary School. They started with the annex building that had 4 rooms on the first floor and 4 rooms on the second floor. Then they were also allocated additional office space in our early education building, which is adjacent to that annex building. And then they were allocated 2 additional spaces in the main building where Bret Harte Elementary is. Now, there has been some contention over the years about the size of those classrooms and whether, they were reasonably equivalent, but they had teaching stations allocated up to 10 as of last year.
What was the size of the classrooms?
About between 650 and 800 square feet, I believe.
And so they're saying that they asked for additional space and they didn't get it? Is that what I'm understanding? Is they don't know why?
I can't speak to what. So, we go through the process every year, and so we meet the deadlines for making a preliminary offer. Well, we first meet the deadline for agreeing or disagreeing with the ADA projected. We do that. We make a preliminary offer. We get the response from the charter school, and we make a final offer at April 1st. So in that process, we were able to work very well with the late founder and operator of the school, and we had discussions back and forth about the classroom needs, how we were going to provide those in conjunction with them being co-located with a district elementary school, and we provided, as of this year, 10 teaching stations. So.
I have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm kind of curious.
I would love to share what those other 2 teaching spaces are and how we utilize that space, because I think that's important and informative in your decision making. So one of the spaces is probably less than half the size of an actual classroom space, and we use that space currently for our wellness center. And so our culture and climate coach sits in that space, and students access that space as a wellness center, which Bret Harte, our shared campus, also has a wellness center space on their campus. And then the other space we use is for a staff lounge. And it's a small space that's not the same size of a classroom space.
And one other just point I wanted to make when discussing, projected enrollment and things like that, we did, one of the items that we submitted was forms from parents indicating if they're planning to return next school year, and of the 95 parents, we had 80 or around 80 say that they were planning to come back next year, and the 15 who didn't answer, it's not that they said they didn't want to return, it's just they weren't able to submit the form for one reason or another. So I just wanted to share that bit of information as well.
Thank you. Ms. Garbalina Mojica?
Yes, I have a question, I think, for the school principal. Yes, you, yes. Hi. Hi, I think in your opening presentation, you made a comment about how your school accepts a lot of children that are returning from non-public school placements or who had been previously served in an SDC classroom. But when I look at your special education data, you have about 19% special education rate. So help me understand. I understand if you do draws, 19% for a small school like you is still, substantial. but are there kids that are leaving those special education placements that are no longer have an IEP?
No, we serve students with IEPs, so we partner with Seneca Family of Agencies for all of our school psychology assessments, therapeutic assessments, speech and language assessments, occupational therapy assessments, and then we hold the minutes, the IEP minutes academically on site. And so we have regular provider meetings. We also have a young population of students, and so a lot of our scholars might have speech and language only on their IEP. And we do have 2 students who currently are on site who did come from a special day class. And so then what we do is we create a least restrictive environment for them, and then support them in the classroom. And so both of those students, there is an aide in the classroom with them, supporting them in a general education setting.
So I guess I must have misunderstood the first comment, because the first comment was that we're drawing a lot of students, which was, and in some respects, only having 95 to 100 kids, I can do math real quickly and say, with roughly 100 kids, roughly 19 kids have an IEP. I thought that you were mentioning that there was larger amounts of students that were leaving an MPS placement. And I'm assuming if an MPS placement, will that be for like emotional disturbance or behavior intensive? But usually those kids follow with an IEP. So
Right.
I'm seeing 19 kids. You said we get a lot of kids. I'm just
Some of
trying
our
to reconcile.
Some of our students who may have been referred to an IEP assessment, parents maybe would not agree with an ED eligibility. And so those students we have 2 other students who are receiving Medi-Cal services through therapeutic services. And with our contract with Medi-Cal currently, we're able to provide additional supports in the classroom. And so we have student support assistants trained and employed by Seneca Family of Agencies that support our scholars in the classroom as well.
Then the last question that I have is, since 2016, and I don't know if you're the right person to answer this, and so if you're not, feel free to hand off to somebody else. Since 2016, there have been 7 notices of concern, and I'm seeing a trend in 2 areas. Because when I was first going through this petition, I recognized that you're small, and that your testing population is small, and you're elementary, so you're not going to get credit for what you do in TKK 1, 2. So I, as a former elementary school teacher and administrator, I kind of get that. But then when I came up to that part about the notice of concerns, you got 5 having to do with teacher credentialing. So part of me wants to say, you get a notice of concern, you guys are small, you're not part of a larger network, oops, we have somebody who's not credentialed who's in the classroom, we'll fix that. To get 5 on teacher credentialing, to get 5 of them in 5 years, it's like, are you not getting it? Why was there repeated misassignments or issues with credentialing? And then I found 3 areas with ELD as well, that ELD and the lack of an ELAP pack or ELD instruction resonated again too. So again, I'm just concerned, because you are so small, why these things weren't just, oh, you're right, click, and then we're done with it, but then it keeps happening.
The credentialing from years past. I can speak currently on our supporting our EL scholars. We do have someone hired specifically now to support our EL program. We use EL Achieve. Our students are pulled out for EL development, and they also receive services in the classroom, and we're training our teachers on EL practices as well to support our scholars in the classrooms. And then Melissa's going to share more on credentialing.
One thing I would just like to say is a deep appreciation to Chad and Carrie on this subject, because they have been true partners in terms of those letters of concerns and really helping us through some difficult processes where we had younger teachers, and this is where I say we just hired the most experienced staff we've ever had, but hired younger teachers who were in intern programs who didn't pass the test and then couldn't get their intern credential, and then worked to get them to that place. And some did and some didn't. And so we had letters of concern. Last year, at a board level, we decided to bring in a consultant who is a former interim superintendent to help us really get crisp on this. She came through. We had another really promising person who we really wanted to keep, great with the kids, a great educator, couldn't get that credential, and made that hard decision to let her go. And then in year 4, We did have multiple long-term subs. We worked as hard as we could with substitute services to get credentialed teachers. We spoke and reported regularly to Chad and Carrie on our efforts. And I think the two things I would want to leave with are we stepped in as a board, we hired someone to help us with this, and we successfully hired all credentialed, not just credentialed, that's kind of a low bar, but credentialed and the most experienced staff that we've ever had.
So I have a couple questions for the school also. Again, not sure who gets to answer. So I'm looking at the suspension rates and the chronic absence on the dashboard, and then when CD reviewed the alternative measures, it says that it also reflects increases in absenteeism and suspension rates. So I'm concerned, especially with that grade level, for the problem with suspension rates. Chronic absenteeism, I can kind of make a sense of that, but the suspension things, that kind of becomes a concern for me. So what's the plan you're hoping to put forward that's going to change those numbers, that trend?
Yes, it's a concern for me as well. As a former employee with Seneca Family of Agencies, and we know that suspension doesn't work for our scholars or families in the trajectory of their lives. We have, I think, the initiative to hire a culture and climate coach this year and really think about restorative practices for our scholars and have the wellness center space. We've seen a true transition, as the data that you saw before, even with our office discipline referral, has decreased, and we do not use suspension. Students often will be out of the classroom doing a reflection, and then we'll make sure that they support in a conversation with their peers that they may have hurt at the time. However, we are really, really working diligently with our wellness center and our culture and climate coach to ensure that we are reducing our suspension rates, something I'm very passionate about.
Thank you, so am I.
Can I just follow up with a question about your absenteeism? So, there are, because you're new and you have a young school, so some of the academic indicators are not there, but you have chronic absenteeism for 2019 is red for all student groups, which is a huge concern, especially if you're trying to perform better academically. You're not going to do that if the kids aren't in school. And so you just spoke to the suspension rates, but I'm just curious about the absenteeism rates. Red's pretty alarmingly low for all of your student groups, and just wondering what your plan is.
Yeah, we currently, our SARB committee meets more regularly this year than we have in years past. And we have been creating initiatives for all of our scholars to come to school on time, either individualized initiatives and classroom-wide initiatives for them to feel more excited to attend school. And then we've also had numerous parent meetings supporting families in regards to helping their students get to school on time. A specific example, not to get into the weeds, but there was a scholar who was really struggling in one of our grades to wake up, and her mother were having some concerns getting to school. And we immediately referred to therapeutic services to support the family in that way, but also little things like buying them an alarm clock so she can set it herself, and kind of teaching her ways and strategies that she can use to ensure that she's getting to school on time. And so we really try to focus deeply on our individual scholars and how to best support them in making sure that they are at school. A lot of our families do transition to different parts of the Bay on the weekends and things like that. And so we've noticed that Mondays are really challenging for our families. And so really trying to hold meetings in regards to that as well, and making sure they're educated on the importance of students attending school regularly.
More about the staff piece,
Mm-hmm.
the credentialing piece, and you said something, or I think she had something about like a lot of long-term subs.
Mm-hmm. Last year, yes.
Here?
Last year we did, yes. With the transition of leadership, there was teachers had left before the transition happened, and then during that December break.
Can I get numbers on that or no?
Yeah, we had 5 staff leave last year.
How many teachers?
Out of, I don't want to give you the wrong numbers. Do you have the exact number? Out of 8 teachers, yeah, but that was staff, not. Mm-hmm. Okay, out of 20, sorry.
You had 5 of 8 teachers or 5 of 8?
5 of 8 staff. 5 of 20 staff.
5 of 20 staff, but 5 of 8 teachers.
Mm-hmm. 2 of them were instructional assistants.
2 of them were.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So 3 were teachers,
Mm-hmm.
and they were replaced with long-term subs of 8 teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Have you done a pay scale comparison of surrounding districts? Are you guys?
We have.
where are you at with that?
Yes, we know that we are asking our teachers to come in to our school, and if we want the best teachers, we need to be competitive. And so I believe our latest pay scale is about 8% above SFUSD. So we actually pay our teachers more. We provide them with extensive professional development, and then we also have stipends that we provide for teachers for things such as being bilingual.
Again, while you both are up here, just, I keep going back to the student achievement data. I think you've acknowledged that it's low, significantly lower than comparable schools. Can you just make me feel better about what you're going to do? What's your plan on that?
Yeah, that was some of the slides that I didn't get to, so I can share. So we realized we were using our project-based learning model really as the driver in our curriculum over the past 4 years. And what we realized was that it really wasn't working for our newer teachers, and it wasn't accelerating learning like we needed it to. And so we found those gaps that you're seeing in the results. And so what we did was we just recently adopted new curriculum, research-based curriculum, and we are complementing that now with project-based learning. And so we intentionally did not start our full projects until the end of our quarter last semester. So in November, we really launched into a science project, and now we're launching into a full project-based learning project for our scholars, and that was intentional in regards to making sure that our teachers were utilizing research-based curriculum and making sure they were utilizing that curriculum with fidelity and not teacher-implemented curriculum. And we really believe that will help our scholars reach greater success.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the research-based curriculum, and I think that we're seeing this around the state where we're seeing a pendulum swing, if you will, to making sure that our teachers are really good at figuring out how to differentiate for their students and how to engage their students in their instructional practice using a research-based, well-versed curriculum rather than trying to spending their time and their effort in developing their own. So we made that strategic switch while making sure that we're keeping it engaging and having project-based elements in our program. And then I do think the second piece is the professional development. We went out there and hired our strongest, we lost teachers last year. If I wasn't clear enough earlier, with that year 4, we lost teachers because of that leadership change. We went out and hired the strongest teachers we had. We brought in, and as a board decided, we're a little heavy at the top, but we have a academic coach, we have a culture and climate coach, and we have an academic coach. And we're working to build up our practices, make sure that we're doing the intellectual preparation to really understand those programs, and then figure out how to differentiate them for our kids.
And in fall, we really focus on the implementation because we know that there's always that little implementation gap with our scholars too. And so we focused a lot in fall on implementation, and our instructional coach did coaching around that. And now we're focusing on those instructional scaffolds and student talk and making sure that our teachers are really having our students do practice independent work as well within the curriculum.
And then, as Annie did mention on one of her slides, those 6-week cycles. And so going in, looking at data, figuring out what interventions we're going to do, doing them, then looking at the kids, here's our idea, now we got to see if it worked or not, and then looking at the kids' data again and adjusting and moving forward.
Your charter school is about 7 years old? Is that
No.
We're in year 5.
We just started year 5.
We're in kindergarten.
In the last 5 years, has there been a time where you have been competitive with surrounding schools?
We were competitive in year 3 with our results, and that's still too low of a bar. And so I did a weighted average. The other thing to know about Bayview is Malcolm X is half the size as Bret Hart or Carver. And so when I'm super proud of them. I want to find out what they were doing last year. But when they have a big gain, it's a smaller number of kids as well, just like us going the opposite direction. And so we did in year 3, and we had from our internal data a really strong 2nd grade class that year. But in those transitions, we lost the top performing kids from that class. So yes, I would say in year 3, we were, year 1, we were learning. In year 2, we were getting stronger. Year 3, we felt strong, and then we had a really unique situation. It's an out-of-the-box proposal that we put forward to you because of that unique situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just kind of following up, talking about student achievement. So can you walk through, do you have like the disaggregated data around kids who started with you in kinder and are now in third and have stayed with you the whole time? Do you have that data of how well they're doing?
We have, do you want to speak to the FP part, the reading data?
I don't know if we have it segregated to kids who have been here the whole time.
We have done that in the past. I think one of the hard pieces from last year is we lost the kids that had made the most growth. So I have that from year 1 through 3, including SBAC data, our reading assessment data, and even some IAB data because we started doing the SBAC IABs. And we had that growth of the kids. And we actually saw pretty strongly that our kids who started with us in TK and K were growing at a significantly different rate than the kids that came to us. We started with TK, K, and 1, and the kids that came in first grade, which are now our 5th grade class, have had slower growth than those kids that started with that really strong TK program. And I think the other piece that we've noticed as a board on the TK, I'm not sure when Joe was speaking, but when we didn't get that extra classroom, we had to make a choice between offering 5th grade for that tiny little cohort and honoring our commitment to those students at the expense of not having TK that year, or having TK, which we knew was producing results and getting kids caught up faster, but having to say no to those families and have them try and find a different 5th grade class, and we chose to honor that commitment. But to put a point on that, the TK, the kids that we are able to start with in TK, we are seeing those pieces, and we can pull like I think the school before us. Our data is an open book. We're happy to share anything and everything.
Just another question for you. When you're talking about the teachers and leaving them, what is your contract year for the teachers? How many are teaching days? How many are like other days, professional development days? And what's your contract hours for the teacher?
It's 200. We have 180 teaching days, and we have 20 professional development or conference days. We believe that it's really important for our families to be the third leg of the stool, and so we have several days set aside for family student-led conferences.
And the contract hours for the day?
7:45 until 4 o'clock.
And then another question I noticed, I was looking at your report cards online. I was looking at them, and I noticed there was a lot of attrition between kindergarten, TK, all the way to 5th grade. I mean, earlier they said it was 6 kids in the 5th grade, so you're losing a lot of kids. What are you doing to address that? I mean, you're losing like 8 kids per year.
A piece of that is, as I believe Mike from the district also mentioned, but there is a piece of families moving out of the area. We do try and infill. We've had mixed results in being able to do so, and the effects that that's had. But we, sorry, I gotta like collect my thoughts here. We did have strong outreach and strong enrollment and growing enrollment, like Joe was saying, with those numbers in those first 3 years. When we had to combine those 2 3rd grade classes, it meant we couldn't backfill. We were getting traction, right, on enrollment. We couldn't backfill or fill out those 2 classes because we had to combine them. We did make some strategic decisions around 4th and 5th grade, whether or not we want to backfill in those grades or not, and haven't been. What we've been focusing on is rebuilding our base so that we can push up and have strong groups of students coming through again. I don't know if I really answered your question.
Because I'm looking at 17, 18, your 3rd grade was at 24 students. So that means last year it became a 4th grade. They were at 12 students. And earlier I asked that 5th grade now it's down to 6. So you like lost 50% each year. 24, 12, and 6. And if you're looking at ADA or anything, you're saying you're running your school $19,000 per kid with all the extra, philanthropy you get, $10,000 from about the state. So that's a lot of money being lost, and that's just a lot of like keeping the teachers going and asking for more classroom space is just kind of. What plan do you have in place to kind of deal with that? Because that's a pretty big issue.
I'm going to bring Joe back up because he's the person out on the ground doing our enrollment efforts.
So one thing I would say specifically about that class is the first 3 years they had the same teacher, and that was just kind of a unique scenario. She was a founding teacher, and then she was priced out of the Bay Area and moved on before our 4th year. So I think some people left because of that, going from our 3rd to our 4th year. And then, like we've already talked about, the issues we had last year, which led to some further students leaving. In terms of keeping students, I think we've been most successful at retaining students when we've had a really strong school program like we had in years 1 and 2, when we saw, I think at that point we were around 92% of our students returning, and I think that we have a strong program again this year, and as evidenced in the 80 out of the 95 parents interested in returning next year, I think that's reflected in those numbers as well. And in terms of outreach to new families, with my role as the enrollment manager, we've greatly expanded all of our recruiting efforts within the last year, and have gone from just reaching out to 10, 15 organizations. So I think I mentioned earlier, reaching out to 50 different organizations and making it easier for people to apply. Having parents help us through word of mouth and things like that. But I just think that it all stems from the strong school program. When we have a strong school program like we do again this year, that reverberates out. It makes it easier for families to talk to their friends and other family members to apply to the school, and it also makes it easier to recruit, to have new students come to the school.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify on the issue. I don't, if I said that families were moving out, that's not what I meant to say. So in San Francisco, we have a district-wide school choice system. So families apply in January, and they will often apply to a number of schools all across the city with their first choice ranked first, and they might also apply at the same time to a charter school. So there is some attrition from families moving completely out of San Francisco, but mainly what we're looking at is families choosing schools that are not in the neighborhood. So it's not that the families are moving away, they're just opting for choices outside. And so there is some year-over-year attrition going on in some of the schools. Malcolm X has been historically under-enrolled, but it's not declining. It's stuck at about 85, which is small, but it's been there for a couple of years now. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. So if a school is declining in enrollment in the Bayview, it's because people are exercising their choice and not choosing the schools in the Bayview, not necessarily that they're moving out. So.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions this time?
One for CDE. Maybe the legal person from CDE too. So I'm trying to understand the conditions part. I understand Gail's point of the 5-year renewal, but it's not uncommon for conditions to be put on a charter. Like I know the last time we met, I think it was the new school of San Francisco, and there was a whole issue about demographics and that they needed to change their preferences. And I know the state board had a lengthy discussion on that too, and that they were going to have to have this threshold or this condition. And I pulled up the wording, and it says every year they have to have this amount. Where's the hook on that? So you mentioned the only recourse is to revocate the school. So would we be in the same situation with this school if we made it a condition that in 2 years, if they don't perform better, you'd have to revocate it? Is it the same way with the last school that went through that the state board just authorized with them not meeting the criteria? So I'm trying to understand why one can have a conditional approval and we can't do a condition of this 2-year offer that they're trying to do.
So I just wanted to clarify something. I wanted to clarify, first of all, I wanted to clarify whether or not the school was asking for a 2-year renewal. I wanted the school to clarify that to start with. I thought, when I was going through the letter, it was my understanding that the school was still asking for a 5-year renewal, but within those 2 years, if they did not meet these academic outcomes, within the 2 years up to 2022, I believe, would be the last set of scores, that coming back in 2022, like the fall of 2022, they would begin to voluntarily close by that June 30th of 2023. So I wanted to make that clear because I think there's some confusion about that.
I want to hear their response, but just so I understand, can they ask for a 2-year renewal, or can they only ask for a 5-year?
Right now, the way the law is written, 5 years only. There's no, it's 0 or 5. And so we're not asking for 2. We're asking for 5, just as Carrie said. Yeah. And what's different here would be the self-enforcing condition where the school would voluntarily choose to close, whereas the school that you're talking about, if the conditions were not met, the state board would have to go through revocation procedures. On this one, OnePurpose is saying, hey, if we don't do this, we will close. You don't have to issue the notices. We don't have to go through the steps. We don't have to go to court.
And I want to say that under the law, under the education code, the only way that the SBE can close the school is through the revocation process.
Right.
So I was just
Right,
going to
but
ask.
the school can voluntarily close, yes. If they are imposing conditions where the board of the school will choose to voluntarily close if they don't meet those academic outcomes by 2022, I believe it is, in the letter.
The difference is we're taking them at their word versus the other school, it's a condition and they could be revocated for it, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it would be, the board agreed upon those conditions, approved the renewal with those conditions. The board could do the same with this. They could come up with their own conditions, and then that would be part of the renewal in terms of what would happen in the future if they didn't meet those conditions. We would be going down the same kind of road as we would do in New School of San Francisco when they were up for renewal and the board approved it with conditions. The conditions right now in this letter, CDE doesn't have the authority right now on behalf of the State Board of Education to approve or recommend any conditions right now. We're happy to listen to conversations that are happening here at the commission meeting today and then bring those back and have discussions with board staff. And then as we move forward, they'll come up again at the board meeting in March.
Okay, any other questions? All right. At this time then, thank you for the discussion. Thank you to the petitioner. Thank you to the district. Thank you CDE staff. At this time, would the commissioners like to entertain a motion? Or we could keep talking.
I will move staff's recommendation to deny the petition.
We have a motion to move staff recommendation to deny the petition. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Seconds the motion to deny the petition, which is CDE's recommendation. At this time, we can have further discussion. For me, it's just they have $1.2 million in funding they're getting. You can see the passion and love that they have for their school. But overall, the test scores and comparing them to comparable schools is significantly lower, and that's a big concern for me.
Actually, for me, it was difficult when I first went through the petition. I was gauging the petition with an eye of, well, I can understand this and I can understand that. And then there's a couple of things that are difficult. It's such a small school that one student or a couple of students either way could throw the assessment, the enrollment. It has a it's a little bit impacted. Everything is exponentially, you can feel it a little bit more. I appreciate the offer of the 2-year MOU because it would be renewed for 5 years. I appreciate that offer. I'm not level, they sound like they're good people. I think speaking on behalf of a state agency, is that in the right interest of the state of California? Because they are, without the $1.3 million influx of money every single year, which keeps them financially viable, this would be a no-brainer. They could not continue financially. They would be insolvent. So they're so small. And then I look at their enrollment projections, and I'm a county superintendent, and so our big issue, well, we have a couple of big issues, but historically one of our big issues has always been AB 1200 and approving our school district's budgets. And I do have a school district that's 100 kids in my county. And I'm looking at this school like it's its own little independent little school district. I would never approve this school district's budget. They are projecting between an 18 and a 28% increase in enrollment from year after year, which that would never be the standard that I would allow, especially without any type of assurances with a new housing development coming in or new company coming in with new jobs. To have a school that has declined. In year 3, it looks like they were at their peak at 158 kids. Then they declined 9 kids, and then they declined 49 kids from that year to this year. They have a trend of declining enrollment, and that number, again, they're so small that if they were to lose a couple of kids, it could really upend. I think that there needs to be an influx of services, and it sounds like they have services, but with their budget that they're projecting right now, they go from, and I think one of my colleagues mentioned, they're serving kids now with such a small number of kids, like $27,000 per kid. That's what their budget is. They're $27,000 per kid. And every year they go down to $24,000 to $23,000. So they're spending less per kid. And that's just hard for me to wrap my heads around, because when you're if you're at a school that needs so many additional resources, you need to increase your spending for kids. So for me, I mean, with the aggressive enrollment growth that I would never approve as a county superintendent for a school district, and the fact that the MOU is not enforceable, it's hard, but I can in good faith vote for the continuance of this school. And I'm sorry, because I really wanted to, but I'm afraid I can't.
So I will just say, in addition to everything that you've just shared, I also have concerns about the patterns that have existed in terms of even that loss of 5 out of 8 teachers in 1 year. And it had a significant impact on, it sounds like, the students that left the next year. And so because of that size, and coming from Butte County, where we also have lots of schools, we just had the smallest school district lapse recently of 3 students. Okay, so very familiar with how it is. The difficulty is it maintain, any one thing can happen, and that ripple effect that it has. My challenge is just the notion of you're reliant so much on the the fundraising. So if anything goes wrong there, you struggle again, and then you're also that ripple effect that it seems to any piece of what can happen and go wrong so far, whether it's loss of one staff member or the person who's in charge, the tragic loss, the impact that that's having, that challenges me with some structural concerns I have for, or systemic, that are not being addressed so that you don't have those problems. So I'm also looking at voting no on having this, approving it. And there's no way for us to really enforce that 2-year offer, which I think that's admirable and laudable for you, but there's no way for us or anyone to hold you accountable to that. And my fear is that we will come right back around to the same conversation 3, 4, 5 years from now. Thank you.
All right, if there's any other comments from commissioners at this time?
The thing, though, that sticks out to me is looking at this neighborhood of Bayview, and I'm not, like, with our last school, I'm intimately familiar with the neighborhoods in LA. San Francisco, I'm not as clear. I mean, I had to text my wife, tell me about this neighborhood. So I see two trends, right? I mean, even looking at the achievement data, but then you look at the comparable schools, and they're well below what's going on in the rest of San Francisco Unified, which is a red flag to me. And then also saying that many of those families are opting to send their kids to other schools in San Francisco Unified. So families are looking for a way to get their kids out of this particular neighborhood, which is a giant concern to me. And I'm seeing a school that's trying to take this head on, trying to work with kids that are facing this in this neighborhood and providing a stable school environment there. Now, I had some questions if that's happened with that transition, but it sounds like a lot of that was honestly, just pretty, worst case scenario things. So I guess I look at it in my good faith of seeing a school that is really trying to provide a stable and academically charged or sound environment in a place that San Francisco Unified has not been providing that when you look at the averages. So I'm prone to, I guess, vote no to mean yes. Got my double negatives.
And I'd just like to add to what Brent has said. I think you encountered the perfect storm, and I love the fact that the board has absolutely stepped up to become a working board, to get involved and to make some decisions. And I am troubled that you had so much challenges with the credentialing piece. That is troubling from a school leadership position, because we want to make sure that the best teachers are working with those students one-on-one. But I am giving you credit for the fact that you've got your fundraising in order. You know there's shortfalls, and you've really stepped up to ask the community to step in and help. To Brent's conversation regarding similar schools in the area, I think you're totally making a difference, and I think that you are really the benefactors of a perfect storm, and it does make for a really tough decision. But at the end of the day, I think you're doing great things for kids. And the hard part is when you talked about the housing piece and about how they're changing the housing and the opportunities that kids really have to live in the neighborhood. And now things, if I've lost my house, I've got to move. I've got to go somewhere else. So, I'm not inclined to vote in favor of closing you. But I would say nobody's going to come in 2 years and go, oh, by the way, did you guys close because you didn't meet your, nobody's going to do that. But it sounds like to me that you actually have a working board who wants to keep promises to the community, who is going to say something publicly and stand behind it. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. At this time, we have a motion to take CD's recommendation, deny open source charter school. And so at this time, can we go ahead and do a roll call vote? There's no other comments. We'll start with Commissioner Walsh.
Vote in favor of the motion.
That'd be vote yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Walmsley.
Vote no. Motion is to deny.
Motion is to deny.
Sorry.
Motion is to deny.
So I'm voting no.
Okay. And I vote yes. Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Garbelina Mojica.
Yes.
Commissioner Farland.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
No.
Commissioner Berumen.
Yes.
Commissioner Austin.
Yes.
With a vote of 7-2, we are recommending denial to the State Board of Education. Thank you very much. And at this time, seeing no more agenda items, we will adjourn the meeting.